The gun was pointed at my chest. Michael Schwartz's finger trembled on the trigger, madness burning in his eyes. Behind me, I could hear Konstantin's roar of fury, raw, desperate, terrified. In that moment, I understood with perfect clarity. I was about to die in the ruins of my husband's childhood home, caught between two men consumed by revenge. But this story doesn't begin here, in this ballroom-turned-battlefield. It begins 3 months earlier with a proposal, not of love, but of vengeance. Konstantin Volkov, the ruthless Russian boss who held my family's fate in his hands, offered me a choice that was no choice at all. Marry him or watch everyone I loved die. I was supposed to be his pawn, a weapon to destroy my family from within. He was the monster who'd sworn to make the Marchettis pay for murdering his mother and sister 15 years ago. We were enemies bound by a contract, trapped in a marriage built on hate. Pause, voice softening. But then, something unexpected happened. I saw him in the darkness, crying out for his mother in his sleep. I held him when the nightmares came. And slowly, impossibly, the man who'd married me for revenge became the man I couldn't live without. This is the story of how a marriage meant to destroy became the foundation of everything, how hate transformed into love, how two broken people found healing in each other's arms, how a contract written in vengeance was rewritten in hope. This is Bound by Vendetta, and it begins with a proposal. Bound by Vendetta, a dark romance novel audiobook. Prologue, the proposal. The Marchetti estate had never felt more like a mausoleum. Cressida stood at the tall window of her father's study, her fingertips resting lightly against the cold glass as she watched the convoy of black vehicles wind up the cypress-lined drive. 3 cars, sleek and predatory, moving with the precision of a funeral procession. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the manicured grounds, turning everything golden and blood-stained all at once. She knew who was coming. Everyone knew. Konstantin Volkov. The name alone was enough to make hardened men reach for their guns, to make her father's associates whisper prayers they hadn't uttered since childhood. The Volkov heir. No, not heir anymore. He was the Volkov patriarch now, had been for 15 years, ever since the night his family was slaughtered in their own home. Ever since the night her family allegedly pulled the triggers. Cressida. Her father's voice cut through her thoughts, sharp and commanding, despite the tremor she detected beneath. Step away from the window. She didn't move. Couldn't, really. Her legs felt rooted to the antique Persian rug, her body suspended in that strange space between dread and fascination. She'd spent 10 years in Florence, burying herself in art restoration, in the delicate work of piecing together broken things. She'd thought she could stay away forever, could escape the legacy of blood and bullets that had defined the Marchetti name for 3 generations. But 3 months ago, her father's summons had arrived. Not a request. Never a request. A command, delivered by 2 of his most loyal soldiers who'd appeared at her studio door like specters from a life she'd tried to forget. Your family needs you, they'd said. What they'd meant was, we're losing the war, and you're a bargaining chip we haven't played yet. Cressida. Her father's voice again, harder now. I won't ask again. This time she obeyed, turning from the window to face Salvatore Marchetti. He sat behind his massive mahogany desk, the same desk where he'd ordered executions over breakfast, where he'd built an empire on extortion and fear. He looked older than she remembered, the lines around his eyes deeper, his hair more silver than black. The war with the Volkovs was bleeding him dry, she realized. Bleeding all of them dry. Her 2 older brothers, Marco and Luca, flanked the desk like bookends. Marco, the heir apparent, stood with his arms crossed, his jaw tight. Luca leaned against the wall, attempting nonchalance, but she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand hovered near the gun at his hip. He's early, Marco muttered, glancing at the antique clock on the mantel. Arrogant bastard. He's making a point, their father replied, his voice flat, that he doesn't wait for anyone, that we should be grateful he's even considering this arrangement. Arrangement. Such a clean, bloodless word for what was about to happen. Cressida moved to the leather chair positioned in front of the desk, the defendant's chair. She'd always thought of it, and sat with her spine straight, her hands folded in her lap. She wore a simple black dress, her dark auburn hair pulled back in a neat chignon. No jewelry except for the small gold cross her mother had given her before she died. She wanted to look dignified, untouchable. She wanted to look like someone who couldn't be broken, even though she knew that's exactly what she was about to become. The sound of car doors slamming echoed through the house, followed by the murmur of voices, the heavy tread of boots on marble. Cressida's heart hammered against her ribs, but she kept her breathing steady, her expression neutral. She'd learned that much from growing up in this world. Never let them see you afraid. The door to the study opened. Antonio, her father's consigliere, entered first, his weathered face grim. Konstantin Volkov and his associates, he announced, as if they were arriving for a dinner party, rather than a negotiation that would determine whether the Marchetti family lived or died. And then he entered. Cressida had seen photographs, of course, grainy surveillance images, newspaper clippings from society pages showing him at charity galas in tailored tuxedos. But nothing had prepared her for the physical presence of Konstantin Volkov. He was tall, taller than her brothers, which was saying something, with broad shoulders that filled out his perfectly cut charcoal suit. His hair was dark, almost black, styled back from a face that could have been carved from granite. Sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw shadowed with stubble, and eyes. God, his eyes! They were a pale, piercing gray, the color of a winter storm, and when they swept the room and landed on her, she felt the impact, like a physical blow. This was a man who had killed, who had ordered deaths and carried them out himself, who had spent 15 years building himself into a weapon aimed directly at her family's heart. And now he was going to marry her. 2 men followed him into the room, his lieutenants, she assumed. One was massive, built like a tank, with a shaved head and a scar running down the left side of his face. The other was leaner, dark-haired, with sharp features and eyes that catalogued everything, missing nothing. But it was Konstantin who commanded the space, who made the vast study feel suddenly smaller, airless. He didn't look at her father or her brothers. His gaze remained fixed on her, assessing, cold, utterly without mercy. Salvatore! His voice was deep, accented with the faint roll of his Russian heritage. Thank you for agreeing to meet. As if they'd had a choice. Her father stood, and Cressida watched the careful choreography of powerful men pretending at civility. They didn't shake hands. That would be too much. But they inclined their heads in acknowledgement. Konstantin. Her father's voice was steady, but she heard the cost of that steadiness. Please, sit. I'll stand. Konstantin's eyes flicked to the chair, then back to her father. A deliberate slight. This won't take long. You know why I'm here. You mentioned a proposal, Marco interjected, his voice hard. One that would end the hostilities between our families. Konstantin's lips curved into something that might have been a smile if it had contained any warmth whatsoever. Hostilities. An interesting euphemism for the systematic dismantling of your operations over the past 3 years. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. You've made your point, her father said quietly. You've proven you're stronger, that you have the resources and the ruthlessness to destroy us. But that's not what you want, is it? If it were, we'd already be dead. For the first time, Konstantin's attention shifted fully to Salvatore. You're right. I could have killed you all by now. Your sons, your associates, everyone who carries the Marchetti name. His gaze slid back to Cressida, and she felt it like ice down her spine. But I've come to realize that death is too quick, too merciful. What do you want? Luca demanded, his hand moving closer to his weapon. The massive bodyguard behind Konstantin shifted slightly, a subtle warning. Luca's hand stilled. What I want, Konstantin said slowly, savoring each word, is peace, a formal alliance between the Volkov and Marchetti families, an end to the bloodshed that's been tearing apart this city for 15 years. And the price for this peace? Her father asked, though Cressida could see he already knew. They all knew. Konstantin's eyes never left Cressida's face. Marriage. Your daughter Cressida will become my wife. The union will bind our families, make any further violence inadvisable. There it was, laid out clean and simple, like a business transaction. Which, she supposed, it was. No. Marco stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. Absolutely not. We're not handing our sister over to you like some kind of... Like some kind of what? Konstantin interrupted, his voice dangerously soft. Peace offering? Isn't that exactly what she is? He tilted his head, studying Marco with the detached interest of a scientist examining an insect. Or perhaps you'd prefer I continue taking apart your operations piece by piece? Last week, I acquired your shipping routes through the port. Next week, I'm thinking about your casinos. The week after that, he shrugged. Well, we'll see what's left. You son of a... Marco lunged forward, but their father's hand shot out, gripping his arm with surprising strength. Enough. Salvatore's voice cracked like a whip. He looked at Konstantin with something that might have been respect or might have been hatred. With these men, it was hard to tell the difference. You're asking for my daughter's hand in marriage. I assume you have terms? A contract is being drawn up as we speak, Konstantin replied. He nodded to the lean, dark-haired man behind him, who stepped forward and placed a leather portfolio on the desk. The marriage will be legal and binding. Cressida will live in my home, appear with me at all necessary functions, and conduct herself as my wife in every public capacity. In exchange, I will cease all aggressive actions against Marchetti interests and establish a formal alliance. What about her safety? Luca asked quietly. What guarantee do we have that you won't? Hurt her? Konstantin finished. His expression didn't change, but something flickered in those cold gray eyes. She will be my wife, under my protection. Anyone who touches her, from either family, will answer to me personally. It should have been reassuring. It wasn't. For the first time since Konstantin had entered the room, Cressida spoke. And if I refuse? Every head turned toward her. Her father's eyes widened slightly. She so rarely defied him directly. Marco looked torn between pride and panic. Luca just looked sad, as if he'd already accepted the inevitable. But it was Konstantin's reaction that made her breath catch. He moved toward her with a predator's grace, closing the distance between them until he stood directly in front of her chair. This close, she could see the faint scar above his left eyebrow, the shadow of exhaustion beneath his eyes, the tightness around his mouth that spoke of barely leashed control. He leaned down, his hands gripping the arms of her chair, caging her in. The scent of him, expensive cologne, gunpowder, and something darker, surrounded her. If you refuse, he said softly, his voice pitched for her ears alone, I will burn everything your family has built to the ground. Your father, your brothers, every soldier, every associate. All of them will die, and I'll make sure you watch. Every single death. Cressida's heart pounded so hard she was certain he could hear it. But she didn't look away, didn't let herself flinch. She met those winter storm eyes and saw the truth there. He wasn't bluffing. He would do exactly what he promised. But that's not what you want, is it? She whispered back, surprising herself with her own boldness. If it were, you wouldn't be here making deals. You want something more than just their deaths. Something flashed across his face, surprise perhaps, or anger. His jaw tightened. Careful, Ptitsa. You don't know me well enough to make such assumptions. Then tell me I'm wrong. For a long moment they stared at each other, and Cressida felt the weight of something unspoken passing between them. A recognition, maybe, or a challenge. Finally, Konstantin straightened, stepping back. When he turned to her father, his expression was once again carved from ice. I'll give you until tomorrow evening to make your decision. My number is in the contract. Call me with your answer. Wait. Cressida stood, her legs somehow steady despite the adrenaline flooding her system. "I don't need until tomorrow." "Cressida," her father started, but she cut him off with a raised hand. She looked at Konstantin, at this man who held her family's fate in his hands, who wanted to use her as a pawn in whatever twisted game of revenge he was playing. She thought about her brothers, about the associates and soldiers who had families of their own. She thought about the art she loved, the life she'd built in Florence, the future she'd imagined for herself. And then she thought about the alternative. The bloodshed that would continue, the bodies that would pile up, the city that would become a war zone. She'd spent 10 years running from this life, pretending she could be someone other than a Marchetti. But blood was blood, and legacy was legacy, and maybe this was always where she was meant to end up. At least this way she could choose her cage. "I'll do it," she said clearly. "I'll marry you." Konstantin's expression didn't change, but she saw something shift in his eyes. Satisfaction, perhaps. Or maybe just acknowledgement that he'd won this round. "Cressida, no," Marco protested. "We'll find another way. We can. There is no other way." She kept her gaze locked on Konstantin's. "Is there?" "No," he agreed quietly. "There isn't." Her father moved around the desk, his hand reaching for her shoulder. "Tesoro, you don't have to." "Yes, I do." She finally looked away from Konstantin to meet her father's eyes, seeing the guilt there, the helplessness. "We both know it. So let's not pretend this is anything other than what it is." Salvatore's hand tightened on her shoulder, and for a moment she saw past the crime lord to the father who had once read her bedtime stories, who had taught her to ride a bike in this very garden. That man had died years ago, drowned in blood and ambition. "Very well," her father said, his voice rough. He turned to Konstantin. "You have your bride. When do you want to finalize the arrangements?" "The wedding will be in 2 weeks," Konstantin replied. "Small, private. My people will handle the details and send you the information." He glanced at Cressida. "I assume you have no objections to Orthodox ceremony?" "Would it matter if I did?" The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile. "No." "Then I have no objections." Konstantin nodded to his associates, a silent signal. The meeting was over. But before he turned to leave, he moved close to Cressida again, his voice low enough that only she could hear. 2 weeks, Ptitsa, and then you belong to me." The words should have terrified her. Perhaps they did. But beneath the fear she felt something else stirring, a stubborn, reckless defiance. He thought she would be easy to break, another tool in his revenge. He thought he could use her and discard her when he was finished. He had no idea who he was really dealing with. 2 weeks, she echoed, lifting her chin, and then we'll see who belongs to whom. For just an instant, genuine surprise crossed his face. Then it was gone, replaced by that cold, impenetrable mask. He inclined his head in a mockery of a bow and walked out, his men following like shadows. The moment the door closed behind them, her legs gave out. She sank back into the chair, her hands trembling now that she didn't have to hide them. Marco immediately crouched beside her, taking her hands in his. "Cress, Jesus, you didn't have to do that. We could have fought him. We would have lost," she interrupted, her voice steadier than she felt. "You know it. I know it. He's been planning this for years, and he's not going to stop until he gets what he wants." "Which is what, exactly?" Luca asked, coming to stand beside Marco. "Because I don't buy this alliance bullshit. Konstantin Volkov doesn't make peace. He makes examples." Cressida looked up at her younger brother, seeing the worry etched into his features. Luca had always been the sensitive one, the one who tried to protect her from the worst of their family's business. "I don't know what he wants, but I'm going to find out." Her father returned to his desk, suddenly looking every one of his 63 years. He poured himself 2 fingers of vodka and downed it in one swallow. "You're brave, figlia mia, braver than I deserve." "Brave or stupid," she murmured. "In our world, they're often the same thing." Salvatore set down his glass, and opened the leather portfolio Konstantin's man had left behind. His eyes scanned the documents, his expression growing darker with each page. "The terms are comprehensive." "What does that mean?" Marco demanded. "It means he's thought of everything." Her father looked up, his eyes meeting Cressida's. "You'll live in his home. You'll have access to an allowance, but all accounts will be monitored. You'll be accompanied by his security detail whenever you leave the house. You'll attend all family and business functions as his wife. He paused, something flickering across his face. "You'll be expected to fulfill all wifely duties." Heat crept up Cressida's neck, but she kept her voice level. "I understand." "Like hell you do," Marco growled. "He's treating you like property. Like you're something he bought." "Isn't that exactly what I am?" Cressida stood, smoothing down her dress with hands that had finally stopped shaking. "He bought peace with my life. That's the deal." "There has to be a way out of this," Luca insisted. "Some loophole, some—" "There isn't." Her father's voice was final. "I've already looked. The contract is airtight. Once it's signed, Cressida becomes a Volkov in every legal sense. And if we break the agreement—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Cressida moved to the window again, looking out at the garden where she'd played as a child, where her mother had taught her the names of flowers in Italian and English. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of amber and blood. "I want to see the contract," she said quietly. "Every page, every clause. If I'm going to do this, I need to know exactly what I'm agreeing to." Her father nodded, sliding the portfolio across the desk. She picked it up, feeling the weight of it, the weight of her future, bound in leather and sealed with legal jargon. "Cressida!" Her father's voice was soft, almost broken. "I'm sorry, if there was any other way." "I know, Papa." She looked back at him, at the man who had shaped her world, for better or worse. "But there isn't, so we move forward." She left the study, the contract clutched to her chest, and climbed the grand staircase to her bedroom. The room was exactly as she'd left it before fleeing to Florence. The cream-colored walls, the antique vanity, the bed with its white lace canopy. A princess's room, she'd always thought. How ironic that she was being bartered off like one. Cressida set the contract on her desk and sat down, switching on the lamp. She began to read, page after page of legal terms that essentially signed away her freedom. Konstantin had been thorough, she'd give him that. Every contingency, every possible escape route had been sealed off. But as she read, she noticed something interesting. Buried in the dense paragraphs of legalese were protections for her. She would have her own bank account, her own security detail, her own space within his home. She couldn't be physically harmed. She couldn't be locked up or confined. And there was a clause about children that made her pause. "Any children born of this union shall be raised with input from both parties, and the wife shall not be denied access or custody except in cases of proven endangerment." He was planning for children. For a real marriage, at least in structure if not in feeling. The thought made her stomach twist with a complicated mix of emotions she didn't want to examine too closely. A soft knock at her door made her look up. "Come in." Luca entered, carrying 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. "Thought you might need this." She smiled despite everything. "You know me too well." He poured them each a generous measure and sat on the edge of her bed. For a long moment they drank in silence, the familiar burn of the alcohol, a small comfort. "Do you remember when we were kids?" Luca finally said. "And you made us all play wedding. You wore Mama's veil and carried a bouquet of roses from the garden." "I made you be the priest," Cressida recalled, a sad smile tugging at her lips. "And Marco had to give me away. You both hated every second." "I didn't hate it." Luca stared into his glass. "I hated that. Even then, you were practicing for this, for being handed off to some man for family business. That's not what I was doing. I was just a little girl playing dress-up." "Were you?" He looked at her, his dark eyes too knowing. Or did you always know somehow that this was how it would end? Cressida didn't have an answer for that. Maybe she had always known, on some level. Girls like her, daughters of powerful men, they didn't get fairy tales. They got alliances and arrangements and marriages that served purposes beyond love. "I'll be okay," she said finally, more to convince herself than him. "I survived 10 years in this family. I can survive Konstantin Volkov." "He's not like us, Cress. The Volkovs, they're old world, brutal, and Konstantin himself," Luka shook his head. "He's been obsessed with revenge since he was 17 years old. That kind of hatred, it doesn't just disappear because he signs a marriage contract." "I know." She drained her glass and poured another. "But maybe that's exactly why I need to do this. Maybe I'm the only one who can survive him. Or maybe you're the only one he'll destroy completely." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with truth. Cressida thought about Konstantin's eyes, about the cold fury she'd seen there, the carefully controlled violence. Luka was right. This was a man who had built his entire adult life around revenge. And in 2 weeks, she would be his wife. "Do you think he'll hurt me?" she asked, quietly. "Physically, I mean." Luka was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know. The Volkovs have a code about women, supposedly. But Konstantin, I think he's capable of anything if it serves his purpose." "That's what I thought." She stood, moving to her closet. She pushed aside dresses and coats until she found what she was looking for, a small lockbox hidden behind her shoes. She opened it and pulled out a slim knife in a leather sheath. "Cress, I'm not going into this unarmed," she said firmly, testing the blade. It was sharp, well-maintained. A gift from her oldest brother years ago, when he'd first started teaching her self-defense. "If Konstantin Volkov thinks I'm just going to be his docile little wife, he's in for a surprise." A slow smile spread across Luka's face. "There's the sister I know." They spent the next hour drinking and talking, carefully avoiding the subject of the wedding, of what came after. When Luka finally left, Cressida changed into her nightgown and climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. She stared at the ceiling, her mind racing. In 2 weeks, she would walk down an aisle and marry a man who hated everything she represented. A man who saw her as a tool, a means to an end. A man who wanted to destroy her family and was willing to bind himself to her to do it. But he'd made a mistake, she realized. He'd given her access to his life, his home, his secrets. He thought she would be powerless, trapped, broken. He had no idea that she'd spent 10 years learning how to restore broken things, how to find the cracks and weaknesses and make them whole again. And if Konstantin Volkov thought he was the only one capable of playing a long game, he was very much mistaken. Cressida reached over and pulled the contract toward her, reading it again by the light of her bedside lamp. She studied every clause, every word, looking for leverage, for opportunity, for any advantage she could find. By the time dawn broke over the Marchetti estate, she had memorized every line, and she had made a decision. If Konstantin Volkov wanted a wife, she would give him one. She would smile in public, play her part, fulfill every term of their agreement. But she would also survive. She would learn his weaknesses, understand his pain, and find the human being buried beneath all that rage and vengeance. And maybe, just maybe, she would be the one to destroy him first. Not with violence or betrayal, but with something far more dangerous. Understanding. Compassion. Perhaps even love. The thought terrified her more than anything else. But Cressida had spent her whole life being terrified and doing what needed to be done anyway. This would be no different. She picked up her phone and dialed the number on the contract. It rang 3 times before a familiar deep voice answered. "Volkov." "It's Cressida." Her voice was steady, calm. "I've read the contract. I'll sign it today." There was a pause. "I gave you until tomorrow evening." "I don't need tomorrow evening. I've made my decision," she took a breath, "but I have some conditions of my own." The contract is non-negotiable. I'm not negotiating the contract. I'm setting expectations. She stood, moving to the window as the sun rose over the garden. You want a wife who'll play her part? Fine. I'll be the perfect Mrs. Volkov in public. But in private, you will treat me with respect. You will not humiliate me. And you will not pretend this is anything other than what it is, a business arrangement. Another pause, longer this time. When Konstantin spoke, there was something new in his voice, interest perhaps, or amusement, and if I agree to these expectations, then you'll get a wife who won't fight you at every turn, who will uphold her end of the bargain without complaint. She smiled, though he couldn't see it. Surely that's worth a basic level of human decency. She heard what might have been a low laugh. You're not what I expected, Cressida Marchetti. Good, she replied. Neither are you. 2 weeks, he said. My assistant will contact you with the details. I'll be ready. She hung up before he could, a small victory, and stood there in her childhood bedroom as the sun climbed higher in the sky. In 2 weeks, she would become Cressida Volkov, and Konstantin had no idea what he was really getting. Chapter 1. The Wedding Night. Cressida. The Orthodox Church smelled of incense and old wood, of candle wax and centuries of whispered prayers. I stood in the small anteroom, my hands clutching a bouquet of white roses so tightly the thorns bit through my gloves. My wedding dress was a masterpiece of silk and lace, traditional Russian styling that Konstantin's people had selected without my input. A high collar, long sleeves, a bodice embroidered with silver thread that caught the dim light. I looked like a Tsarina from another century, beautiful and doomed. Through the half-open door, I could hear the murmur of voices. There weren't many guests. This wasn't that kind of wedding. A handful of Volkov associates, a few Marchetti family members who'd been permitted to attend, my father, my brothers. And somewhere out there, waiting at the altar, was the man who would become my husband in approximately 10 minutes. You look beautiful, tesoro. I turned to find my father in the doorway, resplendent in his charcoal suit, his expression carrying the weight of 1,000 regrets. He'd aged another decade in the past 2 weeks, the lines around his eyes carved deeper, his shoulders somehow smaller. Papa. My voice came out steady, which surprised me. I'd expected fear, panic, the urge to run. Instead, I felt oddly calm, as if I were watching all of this happen to someone else. You don't have to do this. Walk me down the aisle, I mean. Marco can... No. He crossed to me, taking my hands in his. The hands that had built an empire, that had ordered deaths and brokered deals in blood. They trembled slightly now. I put you in this position. The least I can do is stand beside you when you face the consequences. It's not your fault. Isn't it? His laugh was bitter. I started this war, figlia mia. Or my father did, or his father before him. It doesn't matter anymore. The point is, this blood feud has been eating our families alive for 15 years, and now you're paying the price for sins you never committed. I squeezed his hands, seeing past the crime lord to the man who'd once pushed me on swings, who taught me to speak Italian by reading me poetry. Maybe I can end it. The war, I mean. He looked at me with such profound sadness it made my chest ache. Oh, my sweet girl, you still believe in happy endings. I believe in survival, and if I'm going to survive Konstantin Volkov, I need to believe there's a purpose to all of this beyond just his revenge. Before my father could respond, a soft knock sounded. The priest appeared, his long beard and dark robes making him look like something from an old painting. It's time, he said in Russian-accented English. My father offered his arm. I took it, and together we stepped out of the anteroom and into the church proper. The interior was breathtaking in its austerity. No flowers except for the white roses I carried, and matching arrangements at the altar. No music except for the soft chanting of the choir. Candles flickered in iron sconces, casting dancing shadows across the frescoed walls, depicting saints and angels in Byzantine glory. And there, at the end of the aisle, stood Konstantin Volkov. He wore a black suit that must have been custom-made, the fit so perfect it highlighted every powerful line of his body. His dark hair was styled back, revealing the sharp planes of his face, the strong jaw, the almost cruel beauty of his features. But it was his eyes that caught me, those pale gray eyes that watched my approach with an intensity that stole my breath. He looked like a fallen angel, beautiful and dangerous, and utterly without mercy. As my father walked me down the aisle, I catalogued the faces turned toward us. The massive bodyguard I'd seen at our first meeting, Victor, I'd learned his name was, stood near the altar, his scarred face impassive. Beside him was the lean, dark-haired man, Alexei, Konstantin's consigliere. Their expressions revealed nothing. On the Marchetti side, Marco's jaw was tight with barely suppressed rage. Luca looked ill, his skin pale, his hands clenched into fists. And scattered throughout were the witnesses to this alliance, this marriage, that was supposed to end a war but felt more like the beginning of a different kind of battle. We reached the altar. My father placed my hand in Konstantin's, and I felt the shock of contact even through our gloves, his palm warm and strong, his grip firm but not crushing. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable, and for just a moment I thought I saw something flicker in those cold eyes. Then it was gone. The priest began the ceremony in Russian, the ancient words flowing over us like a benediction or a curse. I understood enough to follow along. My grandmother had been Russian Orthodox, had taught me the prayers before she died, but hearing them now, in this context, they felt surreal. Do you, Konstantin Mikhailovich Volkov, take this woman as your lawful wedded wife? I do. His voice was steady, betraying nothing. Do you, Cressida Marchetti, take this man as your lawful wedded husband? I met Konstantin's eyes, saw the challenge there. He expected me to hesitate, to show fear or reluctance. Instead, I lifted my chin and spoke clearly. I do. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, perhaps, or respect. The priest continued with the ritual, the blessing of the rings, the joining of our hands. When Konstantin slid the wedding band onto my finger, platinum with a single diamond, elegant and expensive, his touch lingered for just a moment longer than necessary. Then came the crowning, the Stefana ceremony. The priest placed ornate crowns connected by a ribbon on our heads, symbolizing our union as king and queen of our household. I'd read about this tradition during my frantic research over the past 2 weeks, but experiencing it was different. The weight of the crown felt like a prophecy. You may kiss your bride. Konstantin's hands came up to frame my face, his touch gentle despite the calluses I could feel through his gloves. He leaned down slowly, giving me time to pull away if I wanted to. I didn't. His lips met mine in a kiss that was surprisingly soft, almost chaste. But beneath that careful control, I felt something else. Heat, possession, a promise of things to come. My eyes fluttered closed, and for just a moment, I let myself forget where we were, why we were doing this. For just a moment, it was simply a kiss. When he pulled back, his eyes had darkened to the color of storm clouds. Hello, wife, he murmured, too low for anyone else to hear. Husband, I replied, matching his tone. The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile. The ceremony concluded with more prayers, more blessings, more ancient words that bound us together in the eyes of God and the law. And then it was done. We were married. I was Cressida Volkov now, for better or worse. The reception was held at a restaurant Konstantin owned, an upscale establishment in the heart of the city that had been closed to the public for the evening. The dining room had been transformed with white linens and crystal, with roses and candles, creating an atmosphere of understated elegance that belied the tension crackling through the air. Two families who'd spent 15 years trying to kill each other, now forced to break bread together in celebration of a union no one really wanted. I sat at the head table beside Konstantin, acutely aware of his presence, the heat of him, the subtle scent of his cologne, the way his shoulder occasionally brushed mine. Across from us, my father sat with Victor and Alexei, engaged in stilted conversation that felt like a hostage negotiation. Marco and Luca were at a nearby table, watching Konstantin with barely concealed hostility. "You should eat something," Konstantin said quietly, nodding toward my untouched plate. "You haven't had anything since this morning." I looked at him, surprised. "How do you know that?" "I know everything about you, Cressida." He cut into his steak with precise movements. "What you eat, what you drink, how you take your coffee. I know you spent 10 years in Florence, restoring Renaissance art. I know you prefer Vivaldi to Tchaikovsky, that you read before bed, that you have a habit of twisting your hair when you're nervous." His eyes met mine. "Like you're doing now." I immediately dropped my hand from where I'd been unconsciously winding a curl around my finger. Heat crept up my neck. "You've been spying on me. I've been learning about my investment." He took a sip of wine. "There's a difference." "Is that what I am? An investment?" "You're my wife, which makes you the most valuable asset I own." The casual way he said it, as if I were a stock portfolio or a piece of real estate, should have angered me. Instead, I felt oddly detached, as if I were observing this conversation from a distance. "And what return are you expecting on this asset?" Konstantin's lips curved into something that might have been a smile if it had contained any warmth. "We'll discuss that later. In private." He stood, offering his hand. "Dance with me." It wasn't a request. I let him lead me to the small dance floor where a string quartet played something slow and melancholy. His hand settled on my waist, warm even through the layers of silk and lace. My hand rested on his shoulder, feeling the solid muscle beneath his suit jacket. We began to move, and I was surprised to discover he was an excellent dancer, leading with a confidence that made it easy to follow. "You're good at this," I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. My mother insisted on lessons. His expression tightened almost imperceptibly at the mention of her. She believed a gentleman should know how to dance, how to appreciate art and music, how to move through society with grace. "She sounds like she was a remarkable woman." "She was." His hand tightened on my waist. "Until your family killed her." The words were spoken softly, almost conversationally, but they hit like a physical blow. I missed a step, stumbling slightly. Konstantin steadied me, his grip firm. "I was 7 years old," I whispered. "Whatever happened that night, I had nothing to do with it." "I know." He spun me gently, bringing me back against his chest. "But you carry their name, their blood, and that makes you complicit, whether you want to be or not." I looked up at him, at the hardness in his eyes, the rigid set of his jaw. "Is that what this is about? Punishing me for my family's sins?" "No." He leaned down, his lips nearly brushing my ear. "This is about something much more comprehensive than simple punishment, Petitsa. But you'll understand soon enough." The endearment, "little bird," should have felt affectionate. The way he said it felt like a threat. We danced in silence for a few more minutes, the tension between us thick enough to choke on. I could feel everyone watching us, judging, speculating. The Volkov associates wondering if their boss had gone soft, marrying into the enemy family. The Marchettis wondering if I would survive my wedding night. I was wondering the same thing. When the song ended, Konstantin led me back to our table. But before I could sit, Victor appeared at his elbow, leaning in to whisper something in Russian. Konstantin's expression darkened. "What is it?" I asked. "Business." He looked at me, something almost apologetic flickering across his features. "I need to take a call. Victor will stay with you. I don't need a babysitter." Nevertheless, he nodded to Victor, who moved to stand behind my chair like a silent, menacing shadow. Then Konstantin strode toward the back of the restaurant, his phone already to his ear. I sat there, feeling foolish and angry and more alone than I'd felt in years. Around me, the reception continued, people eating, drinking, making awkward conversation. But I was separate from it all, trapped in this performance of a happy wedding while my new husband conducted whatever dark business he couldn't postpone even for one evening. He's always like this. I turned to find Alexei standing beside me, 2 glasses of champagne in his hands. He offered me one, which I took gratefully. "Always like what?" I asked. "Married to the work, obsessed with control." Alexei took a sip of his champagne, his dark eyes assessing me. "You're not what I expected, you know. Everyone keeps saying that." "Because it's true. When Konstantin told us his plan, marrying a Marchetti to destroy them from within, I expected someone weak, easily manipulated." He smiled slightly. "But you're not weak, are you, Cressida Volkov?" The use of my new name sent a chill down my spine. "Is that what he told you? That he's going to destroy my family from within?" "He didn't have to tell me. I've known Konstantin since we were children. I know how he thinks, how he plans." Alexei's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "But I also know he's capable of more than revenge. He's just forgotten that part of himself." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because despite what you might think, I don't want to see him destroy himself pursuing something that won't bring him peace." He glanced toward the back of the restaurant, where Konstantin was still on his phone. 15 years is a long time to carry hate. Maybe you'll be the one to help him let it go. Or maybe I'll just be another casualty in his war. Maybe. Alexei raised his glass in a small salute. But I don't think so. You're stronger than you know. And Konstantin, he needs someone strong enough to stand up to him. Before I could respond, Konstantin returned. He looked at Alexei, something passing between them, a warning perhaps, or just understanding. Alexei nodded and melted back into the crowd. "What did he want?" Konstantin asked, his voice tight. "To welcome me to the family." I took a sip of champagne, meeting his gaze steadily. "To tell me what a lucky woman I am." Konstantin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't call me on the obvious lie. Instead, he checked his watch, an expensive timepiece that probably cost more than my entire education. "It's getting late. We should leave." My stomach dropped. Leave. To go to his home. To begin this marriage in earnest. "So soon?" I heard the slight tremor in my voice and hated myself for it. "The reception has barely started. We've fulfilled our obligations. Smiled for the cameras, made the appropriate small talk. Now I want to take my wife home." He held out his hand. "Unless you'd prefer to stay and endure another hour of awkward conversation with people who wish we'd never been born." He had a point. I let him help me up, and together we made our way through the room, accepting congratulations and well wishes that ranged from genuine to obviously forced. My father pulled me into a tight embrace, whispering in my ear, "Be strong, Tesoro, and remember, you always have a home with us if you need it." We both knew that wasn't true anymore. I was a Volkov now, for better or worse. Marco gripped my hand hard enough to hurt. "If he touches you, if he hurts you in any way." "I'll be fine," I interrupted, not wanting to hear the rest of that threat, not wanting to think about the war that would erupt if my brother decided to act on his protective instincts. Luca was the hardest. He held me close, his voice rough with emotion. "I'm going to miss you, Cress." "I'm not dying," I whispered back, even though part of me wondered if that was true. The Cressida Marchetti who'd existed a few hours ago was gone. In her place was someone new, someone I didn't quite recognize yet. Finally, we escaped into the cool night air. A sleek black car waited at the curb, a luxury sedan with tinted windows and, I noticed, reinforced panels. Bulletproof. Victor opened the door for us, and I climbed in, Konstantin sliding in beside me. The door closed with a heavy thunk that sounded like a cell door locking. We drove in silence through the city streets, watching the lights blur past. Konstantin's hand rested on the seat between us, close enough that I could feel its heat, but not quite touching. I wondered if he was as aware of that small space as I was, if he felt the same electric tension. "Where are we going?" I finally asked. "Home." He glanced at me. "My penthouse. It's been prepared for your arrival." "Prepared how?" "You'll see." The building was in the most exclusive part of the city, all glass and steel and modern architecture. The lobby was marble and mirrors, with a security desk manned by 2 guards who snapped to attention when they saw Konstantin. We rode the private elevator to the top floor in silence, the tension between us growing with each passing second. The elevator doors opened directly into the penthouse, and I stepped out into a space that stole my breath. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city, the lights stretching out like a carpet of stars. The decor was modern but warm. Rich woods, soft leathers, subtle grays and blacks. Art adorned the walls. Real pieces, I noted with professional interest. A Kandinsky, a small Matisse, what looked like an original Rothko. "You like art," I said, surprised. "My mother's influence." Konstantin moved to a bar cart, pouring himself 2 fingers of vodka. "She believed a cultured home reflected a cultured mind. Would you like something to drink?" "Please." He poured me a glass of wine, a Bordeaux, I noticed, and a good vintage. He remembered that detail too, apparently. Everything he'd learned about me from his surveillance. I took the glass, our fingers brushing, that same electric shock. I wondered if he felt it too, or if I was alone in this confusing mix of fear and attraction. "Let me show you the rest." He gestured for me to follow him down a hallway. "There are 4 bedrooms. The master suite is mine. I've had the second largest prepared for you." "Separate bedrooms?" I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice. He glanced back at me, something dark flickering in his eyes. "Did you expect us to share a bed like a normal married couple, Cressida? This isn't that kind of marriage." "Then what kind is it?" "The kind where we both know exactly what we're getting." He opened a door, revealing a spacious bedroom decorated in soft creams and golds. A king-sized bed dominated the space, already turned down, with my suitcases stacked neatly in the corner. "This is your room, your space. I won't enter without permission." I stepped inside, taking it all in. The attached bathroom was marble and glass, stocked with expensive toiletries. The closet was walk-in, already partially filled with clothes I didn't recognize. "What are these?" I asked, gesturing to the designer dresses and shoes. "Part of your wardrobe. You'll need appropriate clothing for the functions we'll attend together." He leaned against the doorframe, watching me with that unreadable expression. "There's more in the other closet. If you don't like something, tell Alexei and he'll have it replaced." "You've thought of everything." "I told you, I don't leave things to chance." I set my wineglass on the dresser and turned to face him fully. "So what happens now? We just live here like polite strangers? You in your room, me in mine?" "Until I decide otherwise, yes." He pushed off the doorframe, moving toward me with that predatory grace I was beginning to recognize. "But make no mistake, Cressida, you are my wife. You wear my ring. You carry my name, and the world sees you as mine. What that means, exactly." He reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear in a gesture that was becoming familiar. "We'll figure out together." His proximity was overwhelming. The heat of his body, the intensity of his gaze, the barely leashed power I could feel radiating from him. Part of me wanted to step back, to maintain distance. Another part, a reckless, foolish part, wanted to close the gap entirely, to see what would happen if I pushed him. "And if I don't want to wait for you to decide," the words came out before I could stop them, bold and dangerous. Konstantin's eyes darkened, his hand moving from my hair to cup my jaw. "Careful, Petitza, you don't know what you're asking for." "Maybe I do." My heart hammered against my ribs, but I held his gaze. "Maybe I'm tired of being treated like a chess piece. Maybe I want to make my own choices for once." For a long moment, we stood there, frozen in that charged space between possibility and action. I could see the war in his eyes, desire battling control, want fighting against whatever plan he had in mind for me. Then he stepped back, dropping his hand. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll discuss the expectations going forward, the events you'll need to attend, the people you'll need to meet." "Konstantin." "Good night, Cressida." His voice was final, dismissive. He turned and walked out, closing the door softly behind him. I stood there, my skin still tingling from his touch, my mind reeling. What had I been thinking, challenging him like that, inviting him to what? Kiss me? Take me to bed? Consummate this marriage that neither of us wanted? Except I wasn't entirely sure anymore what I wanted. I changed out of my wedding dress with trembling hands, hanging the elaborate gown carefully in the closet. Without the armor of silk and lace, I felt vulnerable, exposed. I pulled on a nightgown, one of the expensive ones that had been waiting for me, soft as a whisper against my skin, and climbed into the unfamiliar bed. Through the walls I could hear the faint sound of movement. Konstantin in his own room, probably also preparing for bed. I wondered if he was thinking about me, about that moment when we'd stood so close. I wondered if he felt the same confusing pull. Sleep was impossible. I lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing through everything that had happened. 24 hours ago I'd been Cressida Marchetti, daughter, sister, art restorer. Now I was Cressida Volkov, wife to a man who saw me as a tool for revenge. But tools could be used in unexpected ways, and if Konstantin thought he was the only one capable of playing a long game, he was very much mistaken. I thought about what Alexei had said, that Konstantin needed someone strong enough to stand up to him, someone who could remind him he was more than just his revenge. Maybe I could be that person, not because I was noble or self-sacrificing, but because I was tired of being powerless. Tired of being handed from one man to another, my fate decided by men who thought they knew what was best. If I was going to be trapped in this marriage, I was damn well going to make it mine. I must have finally dozed off, because I woke to the sound of shouting. My eyes flew open, my heart racing as I tried to orient myself in the unfamiliar room. The bedside clock read 3:47 a.m. Another shout, muffled by walls but unmistakably distressed. Konstantin's voice, hoarse and broken in a way I'd never heard it. I was out of bed before I could think better of it, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. I followed the sound to his bedroom door, pressing my ear against it. Net, pожалуйста. No, please. The words were Russian, desperate. Mama, ne ukhodi. Mama, don't go. He was having a nightmare. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. He'd said he wouldn't enter my room without permission. Should I extend him the same courtesy? Another cry, this one pure anguish, decided for me. I opened the door carefully, slipping into the darkness of his room. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, but when they did, I saw him. Konstantin Volkov, the feared boss, thrashing in his bed like a child. The sheets were tangled around his legs, his bare chest gleaming with sweat, his face twisted in torment. Konstantin, I said softly, approaching the bed. Konstantin, wake up. He didn't hear me, lost in whatever horror his mind was replaying. I reached out, touching his shoulder gently. Konstantin. His hand shot out, catching my wrist in a grip hard enough to bruise. His eyes flew open, wild and unseeing, and for a terrifying moment I thought he might hurt me. But then awareness flooded back, and he released me immediately, scrambling back against the headboard. Cressida? His voice was rough, disoriented. What are you doing here? You were having a nightmare. I heard you. I gestured helplessly. I thought you might need... I don't need anything. He ran a shaking hand through his sweat-dampened hair. Go back to your room. Konstantin. I said go. The words came out harsh, almost cruel, but I could see the tremors running through him, the way he gripped the sheets to hide how his hands shook. This wasn't the cold, controlled man who'd married me. This was someone raw and broken and afraid. I'm not going anywhere, I said quietly, surprising myself with my own stubbornness. I sat on the edge of his bed, keeping my distance but making my intention clear. Not until you're okay. He laughed, the sound bitter and broken. I'm never going to be okay. Don't you understand that? What happened to me, to my family, it broke something that can't be fixed. Everyone can be fixed, I said softly, thinking of all the damaged art I'd restored over the years. It just takes time, and the right touch. This isn't one of your paintings, Cressida. This is real, this is... He broke off, turning his face away. But not before I saw the wetness on his cheeks, the tears he'd probably die before admitting to. Without thinking, I moved closer, reaching out to touch his face. He flinched but didn't pull away. I wiped away the tears with gentle fingers, my heart breaking for this man who carried so much pain. "Tell me," I whispered. "Tell me what you saw." For a long moment I thought he would refuse. Then, in a voice so quiet I had to strain to hear it, he began to speak. "It's always the same dream. I'm 17 again, coming home late from a party. I can see the lights of our house, hear the music from my sister's birthday celebration. She turned 12 that day." His hands clenched into fists. "I open the door, and there's blood, so much blood. My mother in the hallway, my father in his study. And Katya," his voice broke. Katya was in her room, still in her party dress. Tears streamed down my face now, but I didn't look away. "Konstantin, I'm so sorry." They were innocent. My mother never touched the business. She was a doctor. Katya was a child. They had nothing to do with the war between our families. He finally looked at me, and the agony in his eyes nearly undid me. "But your family killed them anyway, to send a message, to prove they could reach us anywhere." "I didn't know," I whispered. "I was only a child myself. My father never told us the details of that night." Because he knew how monstrous it was, how unforgivable. Konstantin's hand came up to cover mine where it still rested on his face. "Do you understand now, Cressida? Why I can never let this go? Why I need revenge? Yes, I understand." I took a shaky breath. "But Konstantin, those nightmares, living with all that hate, is it really worth destroying yourself? It's all I have left of them. If I let go of the revenge, what do I have? What was their suffering for?" I didn't have an answer for that. How could I? Nothing I could say would bring back his family, would erase the trauma of that night. So instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I stayed. "Lie down," I said softly, guiding him back against the pillows. "You need rest." "I can't sleep. Not after. The nightmares always come back." "Then I'll stay until they don't." I settled beside him, on top of the covers, maintaining that boundary even as I broke others. "Close your eyes. Cressida, you don't have to." "I know, but I'm going to anyway." I began to run my fingers through his hair, a soothing rhythm my mother had used when I was young and frightened. "Close your eyes, Konstantin." To my surprise, he obeyed. His breathing gradually slowed, the tension leaving his muscles bit by bit. I kept stroking his hair, humming softly, a Russian lullaby my grandmother had taught me years ago. "My mother used to sing that," he murmured, his eyes still closed, "when I couldn't sleep." "I know, it's a common one," I continued the melody, watching as he finally began to drift off. "Don't leave," he whispered, his hand finding mine in the darkness. "Please." "I won't," I promised. "I'm right here." I stayed there beside him as the night faded into dawn, watching him sleep, this complicated, broken man who'd married me for revenge, but who'd just shown me something far more valuable than hate. He'd shown me his humanity, and in doing so, he'd given me the weapon I needed to survive him: understanding, compassion, and perhaps, eventually, something that looked like love. But as the first light crept through the windows, I also made another promise to myself. I wouldn't let his pain destroy either of us. I would find a way to heal him, to free him from the chains of his past, even if it meant breaking both our hearts in the process. Chapter 2: Rules of Engagement. Konstantin. I woke to sunlight streaming through the windows and the scent of jasmine, Cressida's perfume. For a disoriented moment, I couldn't remember where I was, why my bed smelled like her. Then the memories of last night crashed over me like a wave. The nightmare. Her gentle hands. The lullaby she'd sung in my mother's native tongue. The fact that I'd broken down in front of her like a weak, pathetic fool. I sat up abruptly, the sheets pooling around my waist. Cressida was gone, but the indentation of her body remained on the covers beside me, proof that last night hadn't been some fever dream. She'd seen me at my worst, had witnessed the cracks in my carefully constructed armor. It was unacceptable, dangerous. I'd spent 15 years building walls around the broken parts of myself, and in one night, my new wife had found a way through them. If I wasn't careful, she would unravel everything I'd worked for. I showered quickly, standing under scalding water as if I could wash away the memory of her fingers in my hair, her soft voice singing me to sleep like I was a child instead of a man who'd killed more people than he could count. By the time I emerged, dressed in a crisp black suit, I'd reconstructed my defenses. Last night had been an aberration. It wouldn't happen again. I found Cressida in the kitchen, of all places. She stood at the stove in a silk robe, one of the ones I'd had purchased for her, her hair piled on top of her head in a messy knot. She was making eggs, apparently, though from the look of the pan, not very successfully. "You don't have to do that," I said from the doorway. "I have staff." She jumped, nearly dropping the spatula. When she turned to face me, I saw the wariness in her eyes, the uncertainty about how I would react to what had passed between us. Good. She should be uncertain. "I couldn't sleep," she said, gesturing to the pan, "and I wanted to be useful, though apparently I'm not very good at this either." I moved closer, taking in the slightly burned eggs. The kitchen that looked like a small tornado had passed through it. Despite myself, I felt my lips twitch. "When's the last time you cooked for yourself?" "Florence. But I usually just ate bread and cheese." She gave me a rueful smile. I was focused on my work, not on being domestic. "Then perhaps we should leave the cooking to the professionals." I took the spatula from her, turning off the burner. "Come, we need to talk." Something shuddered in her expression. "About last night, among other things." I guided her to the dining room, where my housekeeper, Mrs. Volkov, no relation, despite the name, had already laid out a proper breakfast. Coffee, pastries, fruit, the kind of spread I barely touched most mornings. We sat across from each other at the long table, and I poured us both coffee, noting how she took hers. Cream, no sugar, another detail I'd memorized. "Last night shouldn't have happened," I began, my voice deliberately cold. I needed her to understand that what she'd witnessed was an anomaly, not an invitation to intimacy. "I had a moment of weakness. It won't be repeated." Cressida wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, steam rising between us like a veil. "Everyone has nightmares, Konstantin. It's nothing to be ashamed of." "I'm not ashamed." The lie tasted bitter. "But I also don't need you playing nursemaid. That's not what this marriage is about." "Then what is it about?" She leaned forward, those green eyes pinning me with unexpected intensity. "Because I think it's time we established some ground rules. Real ones, not just the legal clauses in our contract." I should have been annoyed by her audacity. Instead, I found myself intrigued. "Very well. What do you propose?" "Honesty." She took a sip of coffee, her gaze never leaving mine. "If we're going to live together, appear in public together, play the part of a married couple, I need to know what you really want from me. Not the pretty lies about alliance in peace. The truth." For a moment I considered maintaining the facade. But something about the way she looked at me, direct, unflinching, without the fear I was used to seeing, made me reconsider. Perhaps there was value in honesty. Perhaps it would even serve my purposes. "Very well," I set down my cup. "The truth is, I married you to destroy your family. Not quickly, not mercifully. I want to dismantle everything they've built, piece by piece, watch them lose everything they value. And I want them to know it's happening because of you." I expected shock, horror, maybe tears. Instead, Cressida simply nodded. "I thought as much. And how exactly do you plan to accomplish this destruction?" Her calm threw me off balance. "You're not upset?" "I'm terrified," she admitted. "But I prefer knowing the truth to living in ignorance. At least this way, I can prepare myself." She took another sip of coffee. "So? How are you going to use me against them?" I studied her, this woman who continued to surprise me. "You'll attend family functions with me. You'll be seen as loyal to the Volkovs, as having abandoned your birth family. This will cause a rift. Your father and brothers will feel betrayed. Their associates will question their strength if they can't even keep their own daughter loyal. And then I'll slowly acquire their businesses, undercut their deals, turn their allies against them. Every move will be calculated to hurt them where it counts. Their pride, their power, their legacy. And through it all, you'll be by my side, a constant reminder of what they've lost." Cressida was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. "That's quite a plan. Thorough. Cruel." She looked up at me. "Does it bother you at all that I'll be caught in the middle?" "Should it?" Most people would feel at least a little guilty about using an innocent person as a weapon. I'm not most people. I poured myself more coffee, needing something to do with my hands. "And you're not entirely innocent, Cressida. You carry Marchetti blood. That makes you complicit. I was 7 years old when your family died. Old enough to benefit from the empire built on their deaths." I met her gaze, keeping my voice hard, cold. "Every luxury you enjoyed, every opportunity you had, it was paid for in Volkov blood. So no, I don't feel guilty. I feel justice is finally being served." She flinched slightly, but didn't look away. "I can't change the past, Konstantin. I can't bring back your mother or your sister. But I also can't keep apologizing for things I didn't do. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you to play your part." "And what part is that, exactly? Besides being a symbol of your revenge?" I leaned back in my chair, considering how much to reveal. "In public, you'll be the perfect Volkov wife. Elegant, poised, utterly devoted. You'll attend charity galas, business dinners, family gatherings. You'll smile and laugh and make everyone believe this marriage is real. And in private? In private, we maintain distance, separate rooms, separate lives. You have freedom within reason. You can pursue your art, have your own interests. But you don't leave without security. You don't contact your family without my knowledge, and you don't betray me." I locked eyes with her. "Because if you do, Cressida, the consequences will be severe. Not just for you, but for everyone you care about. You'd hurt my family even more if I stepped out of line." Without hesitation. She absorbed this, her face pale but composed. "Those are your rules. Now let me tell you mine." I raised an eyebrow. "You think you're in a position to make demands?" "I think if you want me to be convincing as your devoted wife, you need to give me something in return." She straightened her shoulders, and I saw the steel beneath her soft exterior. "You don't touch me without my permission. You treat me with basic respect. No humiliation, no degradation. And if you're going to use me to hurt my family, you at least have the decency to keep me informed of your plans." "Why should I agree to any of that?" "Because I'm not stupid, Konstantin. I know you need this marriage to look real. If I'm miserable, if I'm obviously being abused or mistreated, people will question it. Your associates, my family. Someone will intervene, and your whole plan falls apart." She leaned forward. "But if I'm willing participant, if I seem happy, that's so much more effective, isn't it? That's what will really twist the knife." She was right, damn her. A cowering, broken wife would inspire pity, maybe even rescue attempts. But a wife who seemed to have chosen the Volkovs over her own family? That was true betrayal. "Fine," I said. "I agree to your terms. But understand this. There will be times when I need you to play a part in public that might be uncomfortable. I'll need to touch you, kiss you, act like a besotted husband." Color rose in her cheeks. "That's different from..." "From what? Taking you to my bed?" I watched her blush deepen, felt a dark satisfaction in unsettling her. "Don't worry, Petitsa. When and if that happens, you'll be the one asking for it." "That's never going to happen." "We'll see." I stood, buttoning my suit jacket. "I have meetings this morning. Victor will stay with you. Feel free to explore the penthouse, but don't leave without him." "I'm a prisoner then." "You're my wife. There's a difference." I started toward the door, then paused. "And Cressida? What happened last night? We don't speak of it again. To anyone. Understood?" She met my eyes, and I saw something there I couldn't quite read. Pity? Understanding? "Your secrets are safe with me, Konstantin." I nodded and left before I could examine why those words affected me more than they should have. The morning meetings were tedious. Reports from my lieutenants about shipments, territories, the usual business of running an empire, built on both legal and illegal enterprises. But my mind kept drifting back to Cressida, to the conversation we'd had. She was handling this better than I'd anticipated. No hysterics, no desperate pleas. Just a calm assessment of her situation and a negotiation of terms. It was unexpected, admirable even, though I'd never admit that aloud. "Boss?" Alexei's voice cut through my thoughts. "You still with us?" I refocused on the table of men watching me with varying degrees of concern. Continue. "I was saying we've had an inquiry from the Marchetti camp. Salvatore wants to arrange a family dinner. All of us, Volkovs and Marchettis together." Every man at the table tensed. Family dinners in our world were never simple social occasions. There were opportunities for power plays, for sending messages, for the kind of subtle warfare that didn't involve guns but could be just as deadly. "When?" I asked. "This Friday, at his estate." Alexei's dark eyes studied me carefully. It could be a trap. Or it could be legitimate. Victor rumbled from his position by the door. The old man might want to see his daughter, make sure she's being treated well. Or he wants to assess our defenses, look for weaknesses. This from Dmitri, one of my younger lieutenants. "We shouldn't go." "We should," I countered. "Refusing would show fear, and I want Salvatore to see exactly how loyal his daughter has become to her new family." "You think she'll play along?" Alexei asked quietly. I thought about Cressida's calm assessment this morning, the way she'd negotiated terms like a seasoned diplomat. Yes, she understands what's at stake. And if the Marchettis try something, then we respond appropriately. I stood, signaling the meeting was over. "Accept the invitation. Tell Salvatore we look forward to a family gathering." As the men filed out, Alexei lingered. "Kos," he said, using the childhood nickname only he was permitted. "Are you sure about this? Bringing her into the lion's den so soon?" "She's a Marchetti. She was born in that den." "She was, but now she's a Volkov." He moved closer, his voice dropping. "And despite what you might tell yourself, that means something. You have a responsibility to protect her." "I'm using her, Alexei, not protecting her." "Are you?" His knowing look made me uncomfortable. "Because from where I'm standing, you've given her freedoms you don't give anyone. You've negotiated with her when you could have simply commanded. That doesn't sound like a man who sees her as just a tool." "Careful," I warned. "Someone needs to be careful, and it's clearly not you." He headed for the door, then paused. "She's not like us, Kos. She didn't choose this life. Remember that before you break her completely." After he left, I stood alone in my office, staring out at the city sprawling below. Alexei's words echoed in my mind, unwelcome and uncomfortably close to truth. I'd spent the morning telling Cressida exactly what I planned to do. Use her, hurt her family, destroy everything she'd once known. I'd been cold, clinical, the ruthless boss everyone expected. But last night I'd been something else, someone else. The broken boy who'd found his family slaughtered, who still woke up screaming 15 years later. And Cressida had seen that person, had comforted him without judgment, without fear, had sung him to sleep like he was someone worth saving. It was a weakness I couldn't afford. I pulled out my phone, sending a quick text to my assistant. "Arrange for a jeweler to come to the penthouse this afternoon. Tell him to bring his finest pieces." If Cressida was going to play the role of devoted Volkov wife, she needed to look the part. And if buying her expensive things helped maintain the necessary distance between us, helped remind us both that this was a transaction, nothing more, then so be it. I certainly wasn't doing it because I wanted to see her face light up with pleasure, because I wanted to give her something beautiful in the midst of all this ugliness. Absolutely not. When I returned to the penthouse that afternoon, I found Cressida in the library, a room I rarely used, filled with books that had belonged to my mother. She sat curled in one of the leather chairs, completely absorbed in a thick volume about Renaissance art restoration techniques. She changed into jeans and a soft sweater, her hair loose around her shoulders. Without makeup, she looked younger, more vulnerable. It reminded me uncomfortably of last night, of how small she'd seemed sitting on the edge of my bed. "I see you found the library," I said from the doorway. She looked up, and for just a moment her face lit with genuine pleasure before she caught herself. "I hope that's all right. Victor said I could explore." "It's your home now. You can go where you like." I stepped into the room, noting which book she'd chosen. Advanced restoration of tempera paintings. Heavy reading. "It's what I did in Florence. Before," she trailed off, closing the book carefully. "Before all this. You can continue your work if you want. I can arrange for a studio, supplies, whatever you need." Surprise flickered across her face. "Really?" "I told you this morning, you have freedom within reason. If restoring art makes you happy, I have no objection." I moved to the window, putting distance between us. "Besides, it will give you something to do while I'm working, better than sitting here feeling sorry for yourself." "I don't feel sorry for myself." "No?" I glanced back at her. "Most women in your position would be drowning in self-pity by now." "I'm not most women." She stood, replacing the book on its shelf with careful precision. "And I learned a long time ago that self-pity is useless. It doesn't change anything." "What does change things?" She considered the question, her fingers trailing along the spines of books. "Action. Adaptation. Finding ways to survive." Her eyes met mine. "Understanding." There was weight behind that last word, and I knew she was thinking of last night again, of the nightmares I'd forbidden her to mention. "The jeweler will be here in an hour," I said, deliberately changing the subject. "I'm having him bring pieces for you to choose from." "Jewelry? Why?" "Because my wife needs to look the part. We have the dinner at your father's estate on Friday, and I want everyone there to see exactly how well you're being treated." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You want me to wear your wealth like a billboard, proof that being a Volkov is better than being a Marchetti." "Exactly." She moved closer, and I caught that jasmine scent again, the one that had lingered in my bed all day. "And what if I don't want your jewelry? What if I'd rather go to my father's house without your brand on me?" "Then you'll be reminded that this isn't a negotiation. You agreed to play the part. This is part of it." For a moment, I thought she might argue. Instead, she tilted her head, studying me with those too perceptive eyes. "You're trying to make me angry. Trying to push me away after last night." "I'm trying to maintain appropriate boundaries." "By buying me things? That's not boundaries, Konstantin. That's guilt." The accuracy of her observation made me tense. "Don't presume to understand my motivations." "Why not? You seem to think you understand mine." She stepped closer still, close enough that I could see the gold flecks in her green eyes. "You think I'm some fragile thing that needs to be handled with cold distance. But maybe I'm stronger than you think. Maybe I can handle the real you, not just the monster you want everyone to see. You have no idea what the real me is capable of." "Then show me." The challenge in her voice was unmistakable. "Stop hiding behind this cold businessman act and show me the man who cries out for his mother in his sleep, the one who's still just a scared boy, trying to make sense of senseless violence." My hand shot out before I could think, gripping her arm. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to make my point. "That man is dead, Cressida. He died the same night my family did. What's left is exactly what you see, someone who will stop at nothing to get what he wants." "And what do you want?" She didn't try to pull away, didn't show fear. "Really want, beyond the revenge and the destruction?" The question hung between us, dangerous in its simplicity. What did I want? Justice, vengeance, to make the Marchettis pay for every drop of Volkov blood they'd spilled. But looking into Cressida's eyes, feeling the warmth of her skin under my hand, I felt something else stirring. Something I didn't have a name for, something that terrified me more than any enemy ever had. I released her abruptly, stepping back. "The jeweler will be here soon. Make yourself presentable." I left before she could respond, before she could see how much her words had affected me. An hour later, the penthouse had been transformed into a temporary jewelry showroom. Mr. Fedorov, the jeweler, had spread his wares across the dining table. Diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, all set in platinum and gold. pieces worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, casually displayed like costume jewelry. Cressida stood at the table, her fingers hovering over a necklace but not quite touching. She'd changed into a simple black dress, her hair pulled back, minimal makeup. She looked elegant, untouchable. Nothing like the woman who'd challenged me in the library. "This one," I said, selecting a necklace of diamonds and emeralds. The green stones would match her eyes perfectly. "And the matching earrings." Mr. Fedorov beamed. "Excellent choice, Mr. Volkov. The craftsmanship is—" "I don't want those." Cressida's voice was quiet but firm. Everyone in the room froze. Mr. Fedorov looked uncomfortable. Victor shifted by the door, and I felt my jaw tighten. "I wasn't asking your preference," I said coldly. "Nevertheless, I'm giving it." She finally met my eyes, and I saw the defiance there, the same steel she'd shown this morning. "If I'm going to wear something to my father's house, I want to choose it myself." It was a test. A small rebellion to see how I would react, how much freedom I would really allow her. I could force the issue. Make her wear what I selected, prove that I held all the power. Or I could give her this small victory, let her maintain some illusion of control. "Fine," I said after a pause long enough to make my displeasure clear. "Choose something yourself." She turned back to the table, her fingers moving over the pieces with the careful precision of someone who understood value. Finally, she selected a simple strand of pearls, elegant but understated, expensive but not ostentatious. "These," she said, "and these earrings." Small pearl studs that matched. It was a deliberate choice, I realized. Not a rejection of wealth, but a statement. She would wear my gifts, but on her own terms, in a way that didn't scream bought and paid for. "We'll take those," I told Mr. Fedorov, then pointed to the diamond and emerald set I'd originally selected. "And these as well. Have them both sent over." After the jeweler left, Cressida turned to me, the pearl necklace still in her hand. "I said I didn't want those." "And I said you'd wear them. Eventually." I moved closer, taking the pearls from her hand. "But tonight, you can wear these. May I?" She hesitated, then turned, lifting her hair. I fastened the necklace around her throat, my fingers brushing the soft skin of her nape. She shivered slightly at the contact, and I felt an answering heat low in my gut. "There," I said, my voice rougher than intended. "Perfect." She turned to face me, her hand going to the pearls at her throat. "Why did you buy both sets?" "Because someday you'll wear the emeralds without me forcing you to, and when you do, it will mean something." "What will it mean?" I leaned in, close enough to see her pulse fluttering at the base of her throat. "That you're mine. Not because of a contract or a forced marriage, but because you've chosen to be." "That's never going to happen." "We'll see, Ptitsa." I stepped back, putting necessary distance between us. "We'll see." But as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a tactical error. I'd shown too much interest, revealed too much of my hand. Cressida was supposed to be a tool, a weapon to use against her family. So why did I keep wanting to give her things? To see her smile, to hear her laugh, to watch her eyes light up with pleasure? Why did the thought of her wearing my gifts, of her choosing to wear them, affect me so much? And most dangerous of all, why had I liked the feel of her skin under my fingers more than I'd liked anything in years? I was supposed to be in control, cold, calculating, always 3 steps ahead. But Cressida Volkov, formerly Marchetti, was becoming a variable I hadn't accounted for. And in my world, unexpected variables were the most dangerous things of all. Chapter 3. Cracks in the Armor. Cressida. The Marchetti estate looked exactly as I remembered it. Imposing wrought-iron gates, the long cypress-lined drive, the sprawling villa that had been home for the first 18 years of my life. But as Victor pulled the car through those familiar gates, my stomach churned with anxiety. I was coming home as a stranger, as the enemy. Konstantin sat beside me in the back seat, one hand resting possessively on my thigh. We'd spent the drive in silence, but I could feel the tension radiating from him. This was enemy territory for him, the home of the people who'd murdered his family. Coming here must have taken enormous control. or perhaps enormous confidence that he held all the cards. "Remember what we discussed," he said quietly as Victor brought the car to a stop. "You're a Volkov now. Whatever happens in there, you stand with me. And if my family tries to convince me to leave you?" His hand tightened on my leg, not quite painful, but close. "Then you remind them of the consequences, for all of us." The threat was clear. If I tried to run, if I betrayed him, my family would pay the price. Victor opened the door, and Konstantin stepped out first, turning to offer me his hand. I took it, letting him help me from the car with a gentleman's care that was entirely for show. The emerald and diamond necklace, the one I hadn't chosen, sat heavy around my throat. He'd laid it out for me this morning with a simple command: "Wear this tonight." I'd obeyed, because I'd learned to pick my battles. The pearls had been a small victory. This was his reminder of who held the power. The front door opened, and my father appeared, flanked by Marco and Luca. All three men looked older, more worn than they had at the wedding 2 weeks ago. My father's eyes went immediately to the necklace at my throat, his expression tightening almost imperceptibly. "Cressida," he said, opening his arms. "Welcome home, figlia mia." I moved toward him, but Konstantin's hand on my waist stopped me. "Father-in-law," he said smoothly, his accent wrapping around the words. "Thank you for the invitation. I hope we're not too early." The subtle power play was obvious, reminding everyone that I was his now, that even my father had to go through him to embrace me. I saw Marco's jaw clench, saw Luca's hands curl into fists. "Not at all," my father replied, his voice carefully neutral. "Please, come in, all of you." Victor and Alexei followed us inside, along with 2 other Volkov soldiers. My father's men lined the hallway, and I could feel the barely suppressed violence in the air. One wrong move, one miscalculation, and this dinner would turn into a bloodbath. The formal dining room had been set for 12, the Marchetti men, their top associates, and the Volkov contingent. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over the table laden with Italian dishes that made my heart ache with nostalgia. How many family meals had I eaten in this room? How many times had I sat in that chair by the window, listening to my brothers argue and my father hold court? Konstantin pulled out my chair, the one beside his at the head of the table, in the position of honor usually reserved for my father's wife before she died. Another power play. He was claiming dominance even here, in the heart of Marchetti territory. I sat, smoothing my dress, a deep green silk that matched the emeralds at my throat. Konstantin had chosen it too, along with the strappy heels that made my legs look endless, and the diamond bracelet that glittered on my wrist. I was dressed like a trophy, and I hated how much the thought made my skin burn. "You look beautiful, tesoro," my father said as he took his seat across from us. "Marriage agrees with you." "Thank you, Papa." I reached for my water glass, needing something to do with my hands. "You look well, too." A lie. He looked exhausted, the lines around his eyes deeper, his hair more gray than black. The war with the Volkovs had been bleeding him dry, even before Konstantin's new strategy of systematic destruction. "So," Marco said, his voice tight as he took his seat beside my father, "how is married life treating you, little sister?" "Very well." I felt Konstantin's hand find mine under the table, his fingers threading through mine. A show of unity, of affection. I squeezed back, playing my part. "Konstantin has been generous." "I can see that." Luca's eyes went to the necklace at my throat, and I saw something like pain flash across his face. "That's quite a piece." "A wedding gift?" Konstantin said smoothly. "Only the best for my wife." The servers began bringing out courses. Antipasti, pasta, the braised lamb that had been my mother's specialty. The food was delicious, perfectly prepared, but it tasted like ash in my mouth. Every bite was a reminder of what I'd lost, of the family I could never truly return to. "I heard you acquired the shipping contract we were negotiating for," my father said, cutting into his lamb with precise movements. "The one with the Port Authority." "Did you?" Konstantin's tone was mild, but I felt his satisfaction. "Business is business, Salvatore. Surely you understand that." Of course, my father's smile didn't reach his eyes. Though one might think a son-in-law would be more considerate of family interests. Family interests are exactly what I'm considering. My family. Konstantin's hand tightened on mine, a warning to stay quiet. The Volkovs have been rebuilding since the tragedy that took my parents and sister. I'm sure you can appreciate the need to secure our position. The word tragedy hung in the air, heavy with accusation. I saw my father's jaw clench, saw Marco's hand move toward where I knew he kept a gun. "Konstantin," I said softly, placing my free hand on his arm. "Perhaps we should talk about something else. This is a family dinner after all." He looked down at me, and for just a moment, I saw surprise in his eyes. I was playing peacemaker, diffusing the tension before it could explode. It wasn't part of his plan. He probably wanted this dinner to be uncomfortable, wanted to twist the knife of my presence here as his wife. But I couldn't watch my family and my husband circle each other like wolves much longer without trying to intervene. "Of course," Konstantin said after a pause. "You're right, Lyubov." The endearment love rolled off his tongue like honey, sweet and completely false. "This is a time for family, not business." "Tell us about the penthouse," Luca said, clearly trying to follow my lead. "Is it as impressive as they say? I heard it has a view of the entire city." "It does," I replied, grateful for the safer topic. "Floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. It's quite beautiful, especially at sunset." I paused, then added, "Konstantin's mother had exquisite taste. The art collection alone is museum quality." I felt Konstantin tense beside me at the mention of his mother, but when I glanced at him, his expression revealed nothing. Under the table, though, his thumb traced small circles on my palm, a gesture that felt almost unconscious, almost comforting. The dinner continued with forced civility, everyone carefully avoiding the landmines buried in every topic. We talked about the unseasonably warm weather, about a new restaurant downtown, about anything and nothing. My father's associates watched me with barely concealed curiosity, no doubt reporting back later about how the Marchetti princess had adapted to life as a Volkov queen. After the main course, my father stood. "Cressida, would you help me select the dessert wine? Your mother always said you had the best palate." It was a transparent excuse to get me alone, but I looked at Konstantin anyway, asking silent permission. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "Of course, but don't be too long, Petitsa. I'll miss you." The possessive edge to his words made my skin prickle, but I smiled and followed my father from the dining room. We walked in silence down the familiar hallway to his study, the same room where Konstantin had first proposed this arrangement. The door closed behind us, and suddenly my father's carefully controlled expression crumbled. He pulled me into a fierce embrace, and I felt him trembling. "Papa," I whispered, my own tears threatening. "Papa, I'm okay." "Are you?" He pulled back, his hands framing my face as he searched my eyes. "Tell me the truth, Figlia. Is he hurting you? Has he—" "No." I covered his hands with mine. "He keeps his distance, actually. Separate bedrooms, separate lives. It's civil." "Civil." My father's laugh was bitter. "You're wearing a fortune in jewels, and your husband looks at you like you're a prize he's won. But it's civil?" I thought about how to explain it, how to make him understand. "He's complicated, Papa. He's capable of cruelty, yes, but he's also capable of—" I trailed off, thinking about Konstantin's nightmares, the way he'd clung to my hand in the darkness, the vulnerability I wasn't supposed to have seen. "He's not a monster, not entirely. He's using you to destroy us, Cressida. Don't let yourself forget that." "I know exactly what he's doing. I agreed to this, remember? To save the family." I stepped back, squaring my shoulders. "And I can handle it. I can handle him." "Can you?" My father moved to his desk, pouring himself a generous measure of whiskey. "Because, from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're starting to care for him. The way you defended him at dinner, the way you touch him, is exactly what he needs me to do in public," I interrupted firmly. "I'm playing a part, Papa, just like we discussed." "And what about in private, when there's no audience?" I didn't have an answer for that, because the truth was, I didn't know anymore where the performance ended and reality began. When Konstantin touched me, even just to hold my hand, I felt something. When he looked at me with those gray eyes, I saw beyond the cold exterior to the broken man underneath. And God help me, I was starting to care about that man. I should get back, I said quietly, before he comes looking for me. Cressida, my father caught my hand as I turned to go. You can still leave. We can protect you, hide you somewhere he'll never find you. And then what? He'll start the war again. People will die, and it will all be for nothing. I squeezed his hand. I made my choice, Papa. Let me live with it. I left before he could argue further, but I'd only made it halfway down the hall when I heard raised voices from the dining room. My heart sank as I hurried toward the sound. I entered to find Konstantin and Marco standing, facing each other across the table like combatants in a ring. Everyone else had risen as well, hands hovering near weapons, the air crackling with violence barely held in check. Dare come into our home and threaten us, Marco was saying, his voice shaking with rage. I haven't threatened anyone, Konstantin replied, his tone dangerously calm. I simply stated facts. The Marchetti Empire is crumbling. Your allies are abandoning you. And soon, all you'll have left is your pride, and even that will be in tatters. You son of a... Marco, enough! I moved between them without thinking, my hands coming up to press against Konstantin's chest. Both of you, stop this. Now. I felt Konstantin's heart hammering beneath my palms, felt the barely leashed violence in his rigid muscles. But when I looked up at him, meeting his furious gray eyes, something shifted. Please, I said softly, just for him. Not like this. Not here. For a long moment he stared down at me, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle jumping. Then, slowly, he stepped back. You're right. He straightened his tie, though his hands were slightly unsteady. This was meant to be a family dinner. I apologized for letting my temper get the better of me. The apology was clearly insincere, but it diffused the immediate tension. Marco looked at me, betrayal written across his face. You're defending him now, after what he just said? I'm trying to keep you all from killing each other in our childhood dining room, I shot back. Someone has to be the adult here. Cressida. No, Marco, I'm done with this. I turned to Konstantin, lifting my chin. I think it's time we left. Thank you for dinner, Papa, but I'm suddenly very tired. Konstantin studied me for a moment, then nodded. Of course, we wouldn't want to overstay our welcome. His smile was sharp as a knife as he looked at my family. Though it was truly illuminating to spend time with my new family. We should do this again soon. The drive back to the penthouse was silent and tense. Konstantin stared out the window, his expression carved from ice, while I sat pressed against my own door, my hands trembling in my lap. I'd never seen him that angry before, that close to losing control. It terrified me. But what terrified me more was the way I'd instinctively moved to protect him, to shield him from my brother's rage. As if Konstantin were the one who needed defending, not my family. When we finally reached the penthouse, Konstantin stalked inside without a word, heading straight for his study. I heard the door slam, the sound of glass breaking. He was destroying something. His control, probably, or maybe just a whiskey tumbler. I should have gone to my room, locked the door, stayed out of his way, while he worked through whatever fury was driving him. Instead, I found myself walking toward his study, my hand on the doorknob before I could think better of it. The room was a disaster. Papers scattered across the desk, a chair overturned, and Konstantin standing by the window with his back to me, his shoulders heaving. Broken glass glittered on the floor. He'd thrown his tumbler against the wall. I told you to wear the emeralds, he said without turning around. His voice was rough, barely controlled. I told you to stand with me, and you did, right up until you didn't. You were going to start a fight in my father's house. I was making a point. You were being cruel. I stepped into the room, careful to avoid the broken glass. There's a difference between making a point and starting a war. He spun to face me, and I caught my breath at the raw emotion in his eyes. You defended him. Your brother, after everything I told you about what they did. He's my family, Konstantin. And what am I? He crossed the distance between us in 3 long strides, backing me against the door. What are we, Cressida? Because right now, I'm starting to think you're still a Marchetti playing at being a Volkov. I am a Volkov. You made sure of that. I lifted my chin, refusing to be intimidated even though my heart was racing. But you can't expect me to completely turn my back on my family. That was never part of our deal. Our deal was that you would play the devoted wife, that you would stand with me, not step between me and my enemies like some kind of... He broke off, his jaw clenching. Like some kind of what? Peacemaker? I placed my hands on his chest again, feeling his heart thundering beneath my palms. I'm sorry if that wasn't part of your plan, but I won't stand by and watch you destroy each other. Not when there's another way. There is no other way. He gripped my wrists, his touch just shy of painful. Don't you understand? This ends with your family broken and mine vindicated. There's no middle ground, no compromise. Then why do you look so miserable? I searched his face, seeing past the anger to the pain beneath. If this is really what you want, if revenge is all that matters, why aren't you happy? The question seemed to break something in him. His grip on my wrists loosened, his forehead dropping to rest against mine. I don't know, he whispered. I don't know anymore. We stood there, breathing each other's air, caught in the space between enemies and something else entirely. I should have pulled away, should have put distance between us. Instead, I found myself leaning in. Konstantin, I breathed, let me help you. Let me... A sharp knock at the door interrupted us. We sprang apart as Alexei entered, his expression grave. Boss, we have a problem. The shipment from Rotterdam. It's been seized. And the word is, it was the Marchettis who tipped off the authorities. Konstantin's expression shuddered immediately, all that vulnerability vanishing behind walls of ice. When? 2 hours ago. Right around the time we were having dinner with them, Alexei's eyes flicked to me, assessing. It could be a coincidence. There are no coincidences in this business. Konstantin's voice was flat, dead. He looked at me, and I saw something die in his eyes. Thank you, Alexei, I'll handle it. After Alexei left, the silence between us was suffocating. I had nothing to do with that, I said quietly. I didn't even know about any shipment. Didn't you? He moved to his desk, pulling out his phone. Or maybe that's exactly what tonight was about. Your father gets you a loan, convinces you to help him, and you feed him just enough information to strike back. That's not what happened. Then what did he say to you, in his study, when you were alone? I thought about my father's offer, his plea for me to leave Konstantin, to let them protect me. If I told Konstantin about that, it would only confirm his suspicions. He asked if you were treating me well, I said instead. If I was happy, I told him yes. And he just accepted that? Didn't try to convince you to leave me? To come back to the family? I hesitated, and that pause was fatal. Konstantin's laugh was bitter. Of course he did. And you're considering it, aren't you? That's why you were so eager to play peacemaker at dinner. You're already planning your escape. No! Konstantin, I swear. Get out. His voice was quiet, final. Go to your room, lock your door, and stay away from me until I can figure out what to do about this. Please, just listen. I said get out. He grabbed the nearest object, a paperweight, and threw it against the wall. The crystal shattered, joining the broken tumbler on the floor. I fled, tears streaming down my face, his words echoing in my mind. He thought I'd betrayed him, thought I was working with my family against him. And the worst part was, I couldn't entirely blame him for thinking it. I made it to my room and locked the door with shaking hands. Then I sank to the floor, my carefully constructed composure finally crumbling. This was impossible. I couldn't be loyal to both families, couldn't love both the man I'd married and the family I'd been born into. Eventually I would have to choose. And no matter which side I picked, someone I cared about would get hurt. I must have fallen asleep on the floor, because I woke hours later to the sound of screaming. Konstantin's voice, hoarse with terror, crying out in Russian. Another nightmare. I should have stayed in my room. Should have let him suffer through it alone, especially after how he'd treated me. But I couldn't. I unlocked my door and crept down the hallway to his room. This time, I didn't hesitate before entering. He was worse than before, thrashing violently, the sheets tangled around his legs. Blood trickled from his lip where he'd bitten it, and his face was contorted in anguish. Konstantin. I approached the bed carefully, not wanting to startle him. Konstantin, wake up! He didn't hear me, lost in whatever horror his mind was conjuring. I reached out, touching his shoulder. His hand shot out, catching my throat. In an instant, I was on my back on the bed, Konstantin's weight pinning me down, his hand squeezing just hard enough to make breathing difficult. His eyes were open but unseeing, trapped between sleep and waking. Konstantin, I gasped, my hands coming up to grip his wrist. It's me! It's Cressida! Wake up! For a terrifying moment, his grip tightened. Then, awareness flooded back into his eyes. He released me immediately, scrambling backward with a look of absolute horror. Bože moj! Oh my God! His voice was raw, broken. Cressida, did I hurt you? I sat up, rubbing my throat. It was sore, but he hadn't squeezed hard enough to do real damage. I'm okay. You were having a nightmare. I could have killed you. He looked at his hands like they belonged to someone else. I could have, but you didn't. I moved toward him carefully, like approaching a wounded animal. You stopped. You recognized me and you stopped. You shouldn't be here. You should be as far away from me as possible. He was shaking now, the carefully controlled boss completely gone. I'm dangerous, Cressida. I'm broken and dangerous, and you... I'm not leaving. I knelt in front of him, taking his face in my hands. Do you hear me? I'm not leaving you alone with this. Why? The question came out as a broken whisper. After what I said to you, after I accused you of betraying me, why would you come back? Because I heard you screaming. I brushed the hair back from his forehead, my thumb wiping away the tears on his cheeks. Because whatever else is between us, I can't stand by and let you suffer. Not when I can help. He looked at me with such raw vulnerability it made my chest ache. I don't deserve your kindness. Maybe not, but I'm giving it anyway. I shifted, settling beside him on the bed. Lie down. Let me stay until you can sleep again. Cressida. Please? I met his eyes. Let me do this one thing. Let me help you. After a long moment, he nodded and lay back down. I positioned myself beside him, not quite touching, but close enough to feel his warmth. Slowly, carefully, I began running my fingers through his hair the way I had before. Tell me about her, I said softly. About Katya. What was she like? Konstantin was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he began to speak. She was light, pure joy. She loved music, wanted to be a concert pianist. She would practice for hours, filling the house with Chopin and Rachmaninoff. His voice broke. The last thing I said to her was that I was too busy to come to her birthday party. I told her I had more important things to do than celebrate with a bunch of 12-year-olds. My heart clenched. You couldn't have known what would happen. But I should have been there. If I'd been there, maybe I could have. He stopped, swallowing hard. I was the oldest. I was supposed to protect them, and I failed. You were 17, Konstantin. You were still a child yourself. I was old enough to know better, old enough to have done something, anything. He turned his head to look at me, and the anguish in his eyes nearly broke me. Do you understand now? Why I can't let this go? They took everything from me. My family, my childhood, any chance I had at a normal life. And for what? A business dispute? Territory? I thought about what to say, how to respond to pain that deep and all-consuming. I understand why you're angry, why you want someone to pay. But Konstantin, Katya wouldn't want this. She wouldn't want you to spend your life consumed by revenge. How would you know what she wanted? Because I had a sister too, not by blood. My cousin Isabella. She died when I was 16, killed by a rival family. I felt the old grief rise up, never quite healed, and I know what she would have wanted from me. She would have wanted me to live, to find joy, to not let her death define me. I have to believe Katya would want the same for you." Konstantin was quiet, his breathing gradually evening out. My fingers continued their soothing rhythm through his hair, and I began to hum that same Russian lullaby. "Spi, mladnec moi prekrasny," I sang softly. "Sleep, my beautiful baby. Bayu, bayushki, bayu." "My mother sang that to Katya," he murmured, his eyes drifting closed. "The night before she died." I continued the song, watching as exhaustion finally overtook him. His features softened in sleep, the hard lines easing, making him look younger, less like a feared Mafia boss, and more like the broken boy he still was underneath. I should have left then, should have returned to my room now that he was sleeping peacefully. But instead I stayed. I stayed because in that moment I realized something that terrified me more than his threats, more than his plans for revenge, more than anything else. I was falling for Konstantin Volkov, not the cold boss who used me as a weapon, not the ruthless criminal who destroyed his enemies without mercy. I was falling for the man who cried out for his mother in his sleep, the one who carried 15 years of grief like a weight around his neck, the one who was so desperate for justice he'd sacrificed any chance at happiness to pursue it. I was falling for him, and it was going to destroy us both. Because there was no happy ending here. No scenario where I didn't have to choose between him and my family, between love and loyalty, between the man he was and the man he could be. But as I lay there beside him in the darkness, listening to his steady breathing, feeling the warmth of his body beside mine, I made a decision. I would find a way, somehow, I would find a way to save him from himself, to end this cycle of violence and revenge, even if it meant risking everything, even if it meant breaking my own heart in the process. Because that's what love was, I realized. Not the pretty fairy tale I'd imagined as a child, but the willingness to stand in the fire for someone else, to see them at their worst and still choose to stay. And God help me, I was choosing to stay. Konstantin's hand found mine in his sleep, his fingers threading through mine with a trust he would never show while conscious. I squeezed back gently and closed my eyes. Tomorrow we would go back to our roles, the cold husband and the compliant wife. We would pretend that tonight hadn't happened, that he hadn't almost killed me, and I hadn't come back anyway. But for now, in the darkness, we could just be two broken people finding comfort in each other. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Chapter 4. The Weakness. Konstantin. I woke to sunlight and the scent of jasmine, and for a disorienting moment I thought I was still dreaming. But the weight of Cressida's hand in mine was real, her warmth beside me undeniable. She was curled on her side facing me, her auburn hair spilled across my pillow, her breathing soft and even. She'd stayed. Again. After I'd accused her of betrayal, after I'd nearly strangled her in my sleep, she'd still come back, still comforted me through the nightmares, still sung me to sleep like I was someone worth saving. I carefully extracted my hand from hers, watching as she stirred slightly but didn't wake. In sleep, she looked peaceful, younger. The wariness she wore around me like armor was gone, replaced by an openness that made my chest tight. She was beautiful. I'd known that from the first moment I'd seen her at the Marchetti estate, but this was different. This wasn't the polished beauty of the woman I'd married. This was something more intimate, more real. The slight parting of her lips, the faint freckles across the bridge of her nose that makeup usually hid, the vulnerable curve of her throat where I could still see the faint marks from my fingers. I could have killed her. The thought sent ice through my veins. I'd been so lost in the nightmare, reliving that night, seeing my mother's blood, hearing Katya's screams, that when Cressida touched me, I'd reacted on pure instinct, neutralize the threat, eliminate the danger. I could still feel her pulse fluttering beneath my palm, could still hear her voice cutting through the horror. It's me. It's Cressida. She should have run, should have locked herself in a room and called her father, her brothers, anyone who would take her away from the monster she'd married. Instead, she'd asked me to tell her about Katya. I stood carefully, not wanting to wake her, and moved to the window. The city sprawled below, still waking up, unaware that my entire world had shifted on its axis overnight. I'd built my life around revenge. Every decision, every move, every relationship, all of it in service of making the Marchettis pay. Cressida was supposed to be just another tool, a weapon to wield against her family. Beautiful, yes. Intelligent, certainly. But ultimately expendable. Except she wasn't. Somewhere between the wedding and now, she'd become something more, something dangerous. She'd become someone I cared about. The realization should have terrified me. In my world, caring about someone was a weakness that could get you killed. Enemies looked for leverage, for pressure points, for the soft spots in your armor. And Cressida Volkov was the softest spot I'd ever had. Konstantin? I turned to find her sitting up, the sheet pulled around her shoulders, her hair gloriously mussed. She looked at me with those clear green eyes, and I saw concern there. Not fear, despite everything. Concern. "You should go back to your room," I said, my voice rougher than intended, "before the staff sees you here." Something flickered across her face. Hurt, maybe, or disappointment. But she nodded and stood, wrapping the sheet around herself like a toga. She looked absurd and beautiful, and I had to clench my fists to keep from reaching for her. "Konstantin, about last night." "We don't talk about it." "That's the rule, remember?" I turned back to the window, unable to watch her leave. It was a nightmare, nothing more. It was more than that, and you know it. Her voice was soft but firm. "You told me about Katya. You let me." "I let my guard down. It won't happen again." I forced steel into my voice, erected the walls that had crumbled in the darkness. "Last night was a mistake. All of it." Silence. Then, quietly, "If that's what you need to believe." I heard her footsteps, soft on the hardwood floor, heard my bedroom door open and close. Only then did I let myself breathe, let myself feel the loss of her presence like a physical ache. "This is why you don't let anyone in," I reminded myself savagely. "This is why you stay cold, stay focused, stay." My phone buzzed. Alexei, with an update on last night's incident. The seizure was definitely Marchetti orchestrated. Salvatore used the dinner as a distraction. We lost $3 million in merchandise, and 2 good men to the authorities. I read the message twice, waiting for the familiar rage to surface. The Marchettis had struck back, had used their own daughter's presence as cover for their attack. It was exactly the kind of treacherous move I should have expected. But instead of rage, I felt nothing, or rather something worse than nothing. I felt tired. Tired of the endless cycle of violence and retaliation. Tired of using people as pawns. Tired of being the man my father had groomed me to be, the ruthless boss who cared for nothing except power and revenge. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call. Unknown number. I answered, already knowing who it would be. Volkov. A voice I hadn't heard in months. Smooth and cultured and utterly ruthless. Dmitry Sokolov, head of the Russian syndicate that operated in the neighboring territory. "I heard about your little seizure last night. Unfortunate. What do you want, Dmitry?" "To offer my condolences, and perhaps assistance." I could hear the smile in his voice. "You see, I've been watching your war with the Marchettis with great interest, and I've noticed something fascinating. You've been so focused on destroying them that you haven't noticed your own empire starting to crack." My grip tightened on the phone. "Get to the point." "The point is, you're vulnerable right now, distracted. And there are people who would very much like to exploit that vulnerability." He paused. "People like Omar Bashir." The name sent a chill through me. Omar Bashir, rival arms dealer, psychopath, and one of the few men in this business I genuinely feared. Not for his strength, but for his complete lack of conscience. Where I had rules, lines I wouldn't cross, Omar had nothing. He would torture children if it served his purposes. Would level entire city blocks without hesitation. What about Omar? He's been asking questions about you, about your new wife. Seems he's heard rumors that the great Konstantin Volkov has developed a weakness. Dimitri's voice dripped with false sympathy. And you know, Omar, he'll exploit any weakness he can find. If you're calling to threaten me, I'm calling to warn you, because unlike Omar, I have standards. I don't make war on women. His tone hardened. But make no mistake, Volkov. If you don't get control of your situation, if you don't show strength, others will see it as an opportunity, and your pretty little wife will be the first casualty. He hung up, leaving me staring at the phone, my mind racing. Dimitri was right. I'd been so focused on destroying the Marchettis that I'd neglected my own defenses. And now Omar, fucking Omar, was circling like a shark who'd scented blood in the water. And the blood he'd scented was Cressida's. I had to move quickly, had to show strength, eliminate the threat before it materialized. But first, I needed information. I called Victor. Get me everything we have on Omar Bashir's current operations, locations, associates, weaknesses, and double Cressida's security detail. No one gets close to her without going through you. Boss, what's going on? Just do it. And Victor? If anything happens to her, if anyone so much as looks at her wrong, I want to know immediately. After I hung up, I stood there for a long moment, staring at the door Cressida had walked through minutes ago. I told her last night was a mistake, that letting my guard down was weakness. But the truth was more complicated. Yes, caring about her was a weakness, one my enemies would absolutely exploit. But it was also a strength, because now I had something to protect beyond just myself. Something worth fighting for that wasn't built on hate and vengeance. The question was, could I protect her without destroying her in the process? I spent the morning in meetings, my mind only half focused on the reports my lieutenants were giving, arms shipments, territory disputes, the usual business of running a criminal empire. But my thoughts kept drifting to Cressida, to the threat Omar represented, to the impossible position I'd put us both in. Boss? Alexei's voice cut through my distraction. You're not listening. I refocused on the room full of men watching me with varying degrees of concern. Continue. I was saying we've traced the leak about the Rotterdam shipment. It came from within our organization. Alexei's expression was grim. Someone on our side fed the information to the Marchettis. The room went silent. A traitor in our ranks was the worst kind of threat. An enemy you couldn't see coming, couldn't defend against. Who? My voice was cold, deadly. We're still investigating. But boss, Alexei hesitated. The leak happened right around the time of the dinner. And the only people who knew about that shipment were sitting at this table. Plus one other person. Everyone's eyes turned to me, waiting for me to say it, to voice the suspicion they all shared. Cressida. The name tasted like poison. You think my wife is the leak. I think it's a possibility we can't ignore, Alexei said carefully. She was alone with her father for 15 minutes. That's plenty of time to... No. The word came out harder than I intended. She wouldn't. How can you be sure? This from Dimitri, one of my younger lieutenants. She's a Marchetti by blood. Maybe this whole devoted wife act is just that. An act. I thought about Cressida singing me to sleep, about the way she'd come back, even after I'd accused her of betrayal, even after I'd nearly killed her. Could all of that have been a performance? No. I'd seen too much genuine emotion in her eyes, too much real fear and compassion, and something that looked dangerously like affection. She wasn't that good an actress. She's not the leak, I said firmly. Look elsewhere. Boss, with all due respect. I said look elsewhere. I stood, signaling the meeting was over. And keep this quiet. I don't want word getting out that we suspect a traitor. It'll only make the real leak go deeper underground. As the men filed out, Alexei lingered. Kos, we need to talk, privately. I nodded, and he closed the door behind the last lieutenant. You're letting your feelings for her cloud your judgment, Alexei said without preamble. I know you don't want to believe she'd betray you, but it's not about what I want to believe. It's about the facts. I moved to the window, needing the familiar view to ground me. Cressida had no way of knowing about that shipment. I keep that information compartmentalized, specifically to prevent leaks. Unless she somehow hacked into my encrypted files or convinced one of you to talk, she couldn't have known. Then, how do you explain the timing? I can't. But I also can't ignore the fact that someone wants me to suspect her. I turn to face him. Think about it. If I turn against Cressida, if I hurt her or send her away, what happens? Alexei's eyes widened slightly as understanding dawned. The alliance with the Marchettis crumbles. They come after you with everything they have, and in the chaos, someone else moves in to pick up the pieces, someone who's been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. I pulled out my phone, showing him the call log from Dmitri. I got a call this morning, warning me about Omar Bashir. Shit. Alexei's face paled. Omar's making a move? He's asking questions about Cressida, about whether she's my weakness. I pocketed the phone. Which means someone told him she might be. Someone who wants to see me distracted, vulnerable, off balance. The traitor. Exactly. And the best way to make me vulnerable? Turn me against the one person who... I trailed off, not wanting to finish that sentence. Not wanting to admit out loud how much Cressida had come to mean to me. But Alexei knew me too well. The one person you've let yourself care about in 15 years. I didn't deny it. Couldn't, really. Which is exactly why I can't let anyone know how much she matters, including her. That ship has sailed, my friend. Alexei moved to stand beside me at the window. Everyone saw how you reacted at the dinner when Marco challenged you. How you positioned yourself between her and any potential threat. You're not as good at hiding your feelings as you think. Then I need to be better. Because if Omar thinks Cressida is my weakness, he'll come for her, and he won't stop until he's used her to destroy you. We stood in silence for a moment, both contemplating the threat. Omar Bashir wasn't like the Marchettis, with their codes and their rules. He was pure chaos, a rabid dog who needed to be put down before he bit. What are you going to do? Alexei asked quietly. What I should have done from the beginning. Protect her. I turned from the window, my mind already racing through contingencies. Double her security. I want eyes on her 24/7. And start digging into Omar's operations. I want to know where he is, what he's planning, who he's talking to. Everything. And Cressida, are you going to tell her about the threat? I thought about that. About how she'd react to knowing there was a predator circling, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Part of me wanted to keep her in the dark, to spare her the fear. But I'd learned last night that Cressida was stronger than I'd given her credit for. She deserved to know what she was facing. Yes, tonight. I checked my watch. Where is she now? In the library, last I checked. Victor's outside the door. I nodded and headed that direction, my mind still churning. I needed to make Cressida understand the danger she was in without terrifying her. Needed to convince her to accept tighter security without making her feel like more of a prisoner. And I needed to do it all while maintaining the distance I'd tried to re-establish this morning. I found her exactly where Alexei said she'd be, curled up in one of the leather chairs with a book about Byzantine mosaics. She'd changed into jeans and a soft sweater, her hair pulled back in a loose braid. She looked comfortable, at home. She looked up when I entered, and I saw the wariness in her eyes, the wall she'd erected since this morning. We need to talk, I said. About how last night was a mistake. Her voice was cool, controlled. I think you made your position clear this morning. Not about that. About something more important. I moved to sit across from her, maintaining distance even though part of me wanted to close the gap. You're in danger, Cressida. Real danger. The book lowered slightly. What kind of danger? I told her about Omar, about Dimitri's warning, about the threat that was circling us both. With each word, I watched the color drain from her face, saw her grip tighten on the book. So because you married me, she said slowly, because I became your wife, now I'm a target? Yes. And you knew this might happen. When you proposed this arrangement, you knew that making me a Volkov would paint a target on my back. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. Yes. She set the book aside carefully, her hands trembling slightly. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Any other threats I should know about? I thought about the traitor in my organization, about the suspicion some of my men had toward her, but telling her that would only add to her burden, and she had enough to carry already. No, just Omar. She nodded slowly, processing. Then, what do we do? The we caught me off guard, not what are you going to do or what should I do, we. As if we were partners in this, as if we were facing it together. I'm increasing your security, I said. You don't go anywhere without Victor and at least 2 other men, no exceptions. I'll be more of a prisoner than I already am. You'll be alive, I leaned forward, needing her to understand. Omar isn't like your family, Cressida. He doesn't have rules or codes. He'll do whatever it takes to hurt me, and the best way to do that is through you. Because I'm your weakness. The word hung between us, loaded with meaning. Was she? God help me, yes. But admitting it out loud felt like handing my enemies a loaded gun. Because you're my wife, I said instead, and that makes you a target. She studied me for a long moment, those green eyes seeing too much. You're lying. Or at least you're not telling me the whole truth. Cressida, it's more than just the marriage contract, isn't it? More than just me being a Marchetti wearing a Volkov ring. She stood, moving closer. If that's all I was, you wouldn't look so terrified right now. You wouldn't be. The explosion of shattering glass cut her off. I reacted on instinct, lunging forward to cover her body with mine as we hit the floor. More glass rained down around us as bullets tore through the library windows, destroying books and furniture with vicious precision. Victor burst through the door, weapon drawn, shouting orders into his radio. More of my men flooded in, returning fire toward the building across the street where the shots originated. And beneath me, Cressida trembled, her hands fisted in my shirt, her face pressed against my chest. Are you hit? I demanded, running my hands over her frantically, checking for blood. Cressida, are you hurt? No, I don't think so. Her voice was shaky but steady. You? I did a quick mental inventory. My shoulder burned where glass had cut through my suit jacket, but it was superficial. I'm fine. The shooting stopped as abruptly as it started. Victor approached, his expression grim. They're gone, professionals, in and out in under 30 seconds. He looked at me, at Cressida still in my arms. Boss, we need to move. This location is compromised. He was right. If they'd found us here, they could hit us again. We needed to relocate, regroup, figure out our next move. But first, I needed to make sure Cressida was really okay. I helped her to her feet, keeping her close, shielding her with my body. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with shock, but she wasn't falling apart. Wasn't screaming or crying or demanding I take her back to her father. She was standing tall, chin lifted, meeting this threat with the same quiet strength she'd shown since the day I'd proposed this nightmare of a marriage. God, she's magnificent. We're moving to the safe house, I told Victor. Gather everyone, full security protocols. What about her family? Victor asked, his eyes on Cressida. Should we notify them? I looked at Cressida, leaving the decision to her. She shook her head. No. If we contact them, they'll either think it's a trap, or they'll try to use it as an opportunity to get me away from Konstantin. Her hand found mine, squeezing. I'm safer with the Volkovs right now, even from Omar. Hearing her say it, hearing her choose me, choose my protection over her family's, did something to my chest, made it tight, made it hard to breathe. Then we move. Now. I kept Cressida close as we headed for the private elevator, Victor and 6 other guards surrounding us in a protective cocoon. In the elevator, pressed against me in the crowded space, Cressida looked up. This was Omar, wasn't it? Already? Probably. Or someone working for him. That was fast. The warning only came this morning. She was right. It was too fast, too coordinated. Which meant Omar had been planning this before Dimitri's warning, had been watching, waiting, looking for the perfect moment to strike. And he'd chosen the moment when I'd let my guard down, when I'd been focused on Cressida instead of on potential threats. She is your weakness, a cold voice whispered in my mind, and she'll get you both killed if you're not careful. But looking down at her pale face, at the trust in her eyes despite everything, I couldn't bring myself to care. Let them call her my weakness. Let them see caring for her as vulnerability. I'd spent 15 years being strong, being cold, being the ruthless boss who cared for nothing. Maybe it was time to try being something else, even if it destroyed me. Konstantin, Cressida's voice pulled me back. What are you thinking? I cupped her face in my hands, right there in the elevator with my men watching, and I told her the truth. I'm thinking that whoever comes for you will have to go through me first, and I'm thinking that's not going to end well for them. Her breath caught. You're going to start a war over this, over me. I've been at war for 15 years. What's one more? But this time, it's not about revenge or your family's honor. Her hands came up to cover mine. This time, it's about you, I finished for her. This time, it's about you. The elevator doors opened before she could respond, and we were swept into the organized chaos of evacuation. Cars waiting, men shouting coordinates, weapons being distributed. But as I helped Cressida into the armored SUV, as I slid in beside her and signaled Victor to drive, I caught her looking at me with something new in her eyes. Something that looked dangerously like hope. And I realized with a sinking certainty that I'd just crossed a line I could never uncross. I'd admitted, to myself, to her, to anyone paying attention, that Cressida Volkov was more than a tool for revenge. She was mine to protect, mine to keep safe. Mine. And I would burn the world to ash before I let anyone take her from me, even if that meant revealing the one weakness I couldn't afford to have. Chapter 5. Unraveling Truth. Cressida. The safe house was a fortress disguised as a luxury estate, tucked into the hills overlooking the city, surrounded by walls and guards, and enough firepower to stage a small war. I'd been here for 3 days now, trapped in gilded cage that was somehow both more comfortable and more suffocating than the penthouse. Konstantin had barely spoken to me since the attack. He was always in meetings, always on the phone, coordinating responses and hunting for whoever had tried to kill us. When he did appear, it was with dark circles under his eyes and tension radiating from every line of his body. He was hunting Omar Bashir with single-minded focus, and I was terrified of what would happen when he found him. I stood at the window of my assigned bedroom, smaller than the one at the penthouse, but still luxurious, watching the sun set over the city. Somewhere down there was my family, probably worried sick despite my brief monitored phone call, assuring them I was fine. Somewhere down there was Omar, planning his next move. And somewhere in this house was Konstantin, slowly destroying himself with lack of sleep and obsessive planning. A soft knock at the door made me turn. "Come in." Alexei entered, carrying a tray with tea and small cakes. "I thought you might be hungry. You didn't come down for dinner." "I wasn't hungry." I moved away from the window, accepting the tea gratefully. "Thank you." He set the tray on the small table by the fireplace, then hesitated. "May I speak frankly, Cressida?" The use of my first name surprised me. Alexei had always maintained formal distance, calling me Mrs. Volkov or ma'am. "Of course." "You need to talk to him, to Konstantin." Alexei's dark eyes were serious. "He's spiraling, and you're the only one who can pull him back." "I don't think he wants to talk to me. He's been avoiding me since the attack." "Because he's terrified." Alexei sat across from me, his expression grave. "I've known Konstantin since we were boys. I've seen him face down rival bosses, survive assassination attempts, build an empire from blood and ash. But I've never seen him afraid. Not until now. He's not afraid of Omar. No, he's afraid of losing you." Alexei leaned forward, "and that fear is making him reckless. He's taking chances he shouldn't take, making decisions based on emotion instead of strategy. If he keeps this up, he's going to get himself killed." The words sent ice through my veins. "What do you want me to do?" "Make him see reason. Make him understand that the best way to protect you isn't to throw himself into danger, but to be smart about this. Alexei paused. And maybe help him understand that revenge isn't the only thing worth living for. I thought about Konstantin's nightmares, about the way he'd held me in the darkness, about the confession he'd made in the elevator. This time, it's about you. I don't know if I can reach him, I admitted. He's built so many walls, Alexei, and every time I think I'm getting through, he pushes me away again. Then you need to push back. Be stubborn. Be relentless. A small smile crossed his face. Be the woman who walked into a dinner full of enemies and made them all behave. I've seen your strength, Cressida. Now use it. After Alexei left, I sat there for a long time, thinking about his words. About Konstantin, about us, about this impossible situation we'd found ourselves in. I'd come into this marriage expecting to be a prisoner, a pawn, a tool for revenge. I'd steeled myself against cruelty, prepared for coldness, accepted that I would spend my life married to a man who hated everything I represented. But Konstantin had surprised me at every turn. Yes, he was capable of violence. I'd seen that firsthand. Yes, he was ruthless and calculating and willing to use people to get what he wanted. But he was also capable of tenderness, of vulnerability, of caring about someone enough to risk everything to keep them safe. He was capable of being saved. If only he'd let me try. I stood, decision made, and headed for the study where I knew Konstantin would be. Victor straightened when he saw me coming down the hallway. Mrs. Volkov, is everything all right? I need to speak with Konstantin. He asked not to be disturbed. I don't care. I met Victor's eyes steadily. Either let me through, or explain to your boss why you physically prevented his wife from seeing him. Victor's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Of course, ma'am. He opened the study door and I walked in without waiting for permission. Konstantin sat behind a massive desk, surrounded by files and photographs and maps. He looked up sharply when I entered, surprise flickering across his face before it shuddered into that familiar cold mask. I'm busy, Cressida. I don't care. I closed the door behind me and moved to stand in front of his desk. We need to talk. Really talk, not just trade threats and accusations. There's nothing to talk about. I'm handling the situation with Omar. By not sleeping, by barely eating, by working yourself into the ground. I leaned forward, bracing my hands on his desk. This isn't handling the situation, Konstantin. This is self-destruction. You don't understand. Then explain it to me. The words came out sharper than I intended. Stop shutting me out and talk to me. Tell me what you're planning, what you're thinking, why you look like you haven't slept in days. For a long moment, he just stared at me. Then, slowly, he leaned back in his chair, exhaustion written in every line of his body. I can't find him, he admitted quietly. Omar, I've had every contact, every informant, every asset I have looking for 3 days, and it's like he's disappeared. No one knows where he is, what he's planning, when he'll strike next. So you're waiting for him to come to us? No, I'm hunting him before he can hurt you again. Konstantin's hands clenched into fists on the desk. He came into my home, Cressida, shot at you through my windows. And I can't. His voice cracked. I can't let that stand. I moved around the desk, turning his chair so he faced me. Look at me. He did, those gray eyes stormy with emotion. You can't protect me by killing yourself with exhaustion and rage, I said softly. You need rest. You need to eat. You need to take care of yourself so you can actually be effective when you do find Omar. I don't deserve rest, not while you're in danger because of me. This isn't because of you, this is because of Omar, because of this world we live in. I cupped his face in my hands, feeling the stubble that said he hadn't shaved, the tension in his jaw. But Konstantin, you can't save me if you destroy yourself first. I don't know how to do anything else. The admission was raw, broken. For 15 years, all I've known is revenge and rage. I don't know how to just stop, how to care about something without letting it consume me. Then let me help you learn. I sank to my knees in front of his chair, keeping my hands on his face. Let me be more than just someone you're trying to protect. Let me be your partner in this. His hands came up to cover mine, and I felt them trembling. "You don't know what you're asking. I'm asking you to trust me, to let me in, not just when you're having nightmares, but all the time." I held his gaze. "I'm asking you to let yourself care about me without seeing it as a weakness. It is a weakness. You saw what happened. I saw us survive, together." I squeezed his hands. "And I think if we keep working together, if we stop pushing each other away, we might actually get through this." Konstantin was quiet for a long moment, his eyes searching mine. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, "I don't deserve you." "Maybe not, but you have me anyway." I stood, pulling him up with me. "Now, come on. You're going to eat something, take a shower, and get at least a few hours of sleep." "Cressida, not a suggestion, an order from your wife." I softened my tone. "Please, Konstantin, let me take care of you, just this once." He looked like he wanted to argue, but exhaustion won out. He nodded, and I led him from the study, ignoring the surprised looks from Victor and the other guards. In his bedroom, larger than mine but still Spartan and functional, I ordered food from the kitchen while Konstantin stood by the window, staring out at nothing. "Tell me what you know about Omar," I said as we waited for the food. "Not the strategic stuff, but who he is, why he's doing this." Konstantin turned from the window, surprise crossing his face. "Why do you want to know?" "Because, if I'm going to help you defeat him, I need to understand him." "You're not going to help me defeat him. You're going to stay here, safe, while I handle." "That's not going to work, and you know it." I sat on the edge of his bed, patting the space beside me. "I'm already involved, Konstantin. Omar already knows I matter to you. Hiding me away won't change that. But maybe if I understand him, understand what he wants, I can help you find a better solution than just killing each other." He moved to sit beside me, careful to maintain some distance. "There is no better solution with men like Omar. He's a rabid dog that needs to be put down." "Then tell me why. Tell me what makes him so dangerous that the great Konstantin Volkov is terrified of him." Konstantin was quiet for a long moment. Then he began to speak. "Omar and I came up in the same circles, worked for some of the same people when we were starting out. He was always vicious, always willing to cross lines others wouldn't. But he was also smart, controlled, useful. What changed? His daughter died. Cancer. 3 years ago. She was 8. Konstantin's voice was flat, but I heard the undercurrent of something else. After that, he became unhinged. Started taking jobs no one else would take. Bombing civilian targets. Trafficking in things that even criminals won't touch. He stopped caring about rules, about codes, about anything, except causing as much pain as possible. I thought about that, about grief twisted into something monstrous. "He's like you," I said softly. Konstantin's head snapped toward me. "What?" "He lost someone he loved, someone innocent. And instead of healing, he let it destroy him, let it turn him into a monster." I met his eyes. "Just like you've been doing for 15 years. "That's not." He stopped, jaw clenching. "I'm nothing like him." "Aren't you? You both let grief consume you, let it dictate every choice you make. The only difference is that you have me now, and he has no one." I reached for his hand. "But Konstantin, you're not too far gone. You can still choose a different path. You can still—" A knock at the door interrupted us. One of the guards entered with a tray of food. Soup, bread, cheese. Simple but nourishing. After he left, I made Konstantin eat, watching to make sure he actually swallowed, instead of just pushing food around his plate. When he'd finished most of it, I sent him to shower while I waited on his bed, ignoring the intimacy of the situation. He emerged in sleep pants, and nothing else, his hair damp, his body still carrying the tension of 3 sleepless days. Without his suit jacket, I could see the bandage on his shoulder where glass had cut him during the attack. "That needs to be changed," I said, nodding to the bandage. "It's fine." "It's not fine. Sit down." He obeyed with surprising docility, and I carefully peeled back the bandage. The wound was clean but still angry-looking, probably because he'd been too busy hunting Omar to properly care for it. I cleaned it with antiseptic from the bathroom, my fingers gentle on his skin. Konstantin sat very still, watching me with an intensity that made my pulse quicken. "Why are you doing this?" he asked quietly. "Because someone needs to." I applied fresh bandage, smoothing the edges carefully. "Because you clearly won't take care of yourself." "That's not what I mean." His hand caught mine as I started to pull away. "Why do you care what happens to me? After everything I've done to you, everything I've put you through, why do you keep coming back?" I looked at our joined hands, at the way his fingers threaded through mine so naturally. "Because I see who you could be, Konstantin. Underneath all the rage and the revenge, there's a good man. A man who sings his sister's favorite lullaby in his sleep, who builds art collections because his mother loved beauty, who's capable of such tenderness when he lets his guard down. That man died 15 years ago. No, he's just been buried under all this hate." I squeezed his hand. "But I think I can dig him out, if you'll let me." Konstantin pulled me closer, until I was standing between his knees, his hands on my waist. "You're asking me to give up everything I've worked for. 15 years of planning, of building toward this moment. I'm asking you to consider that maybe there's something worth living for beyond revenge." I cupped his face in my hands. "I'm asking you to choose life over death, choose the future over the past. And if I can't, if the hate is too deep, if I'm too broken, then I'll still be here." I leaned my forehead against his. "I'll still choose you, even if you can't choose yourself." His arms came around me, pulling me tight against him, and I felt him shudder. "I don't know how to do this, how to be the man you think I can be." "Then let me teach you." I pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. "Let me show you that caring about someone doesn't have to destroy you. That love can be a strength, not a weakness." "Love?" The word came out as barely a whisper. I realized what I'd said, how much I'd revealed. But I didn't take it back. Couldn't take it back, because it was true. "Yes, Konstantin, love." I traced the line of his jaw with my fingers. "I'm falling in love with you, with all of you, the broken parts and the beautiful ones. And I think, if you're honest with yourself, you might be falling for me too." For a long moment he just stared at me. Then, slowly, he pulled me down onto his lap, his arms wrapping around me like I was something precious. "I don't know if what I feel is love," he admitted against my hair. "I don't know if I remember how to love. But I know that when I thought Omar might have hurt you, when I heard those bullets and all I could think was protect her, save her, don't let anything happen to her, I've never felt anything like that before. That terror, that desperate need. That's love, Konstantin, or at least the beginning of it." He held me tighter. "Then God help us both, because I have no idea what to do with it." "You don't have to do anything with it. Just feel it. Let it exist." I nestled closer, breathing in his scent, clean soap and something that was uniquely him. "Let yourself be happy, just for a moment." We sat like that for a long time, wrapped around each other, neither of us willing to break the spell. Outside, the sun had fully set, darkness settling over the estate. But here, in this room, there was warmth and safety, and something that felt dangerously like hope. "Stay," Konstantin murmured against my hair. "Tonight. Don't go back to your room. I'll stay as long as you need me. Then stay forever." He pulled back to look at me, his gray eyes clearer than I'd seen them in days. "Because I don't think I can do this without you anymore." I kissed him then, soft and sweet, pouring everything I felt into it. He kissed me back with a tenderness that made my heart ache, his hands gentle on my face. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, I saw something new in his expression. Not the cold boss or the broken boy, but something in between. Something whole. "Lie down," I said softly. "You need rest." He did, pulling me down beside him, arranging us so my head rested on his chest and his arms wrapped around me. I could hear his heartbeat, steady and strong, could feel his breathing gradually evening out as exhaustion finally claimed him. Cressida? His voice was already thick with sleep. Thank you for not giving up on me. Never, I promised. I'll never give up on you. Within minutes he was asleep, his hold on me never loosening, and as I lay there in the darkness, listening to him breathe, I made a silent vow. I would find a way to save him, from Omar, from himself, from the weight of 15 years of hate. I would show him that revenge wasn't the only option, that there was a path forward that didn't end in blood and ashes. And I would prove that love, messy, complicated, terrifying love, was the strongest weapon either of us had. Even if it meant facing down demons neither of us was ready for. Even if it meant unraveling the very foundation of everything Konstantin had built his life upon. Because I'd seen the truth that he was still blind to. The real enemy wasn't the Marchettis or Omar or any outside threat. The real enemy was the hate he'd been carrying for so long that it had become part of him. And the only way to defeat that enemy was to replace it with something stronger. With us. With this fragile, impossible thing growing between us that terrified us both. With love. Chapter 6. Choose me. Konstantin. I woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of someone moving quietly around my room. For a disorienting moment, I thought I was still dreaming, that Cressida hadn't really stayed, that I hadn't confessed to feelings I'd thought long dead. But when I opened my eyes, she was there. Dressed in one of my shirts that hung to her thighs, her hair piled messily on top of her head, carrying a tray with coffee and what looked like breakfast. "You're awake," she said softly, setting the tray on the bedside table. "I wasn't sure if I should wake you. You looked so peaceful." I sat up, scrubbing a hand over my face. The clock read 9:47 a.m. I'd slept for almost 12 hours, the longest stretch of uninterrupted sleep I'd had in. God, I couldn't remember how long. "You stayed," I said, my voice rough from sleep. "I said I would." She handed me a cup of coffee, prepared exactly how I liked it. Black, 2 sugars. "How do you feel?" Like I actually slept. I took a sip, studying her. In the morning light, wearing my shirt, she looked young and beautiful and utterly at ease. Like she belonged here. In my room. In my life. "Thank you. For last night. For making me rest. You needed it." She sat on the edge of the bed, close enough to touch but not quite touching. "Konstantin, about what I said. About falling in love with you. I don't want you to feel pressured. I wasn't trying to." I silenced her with a kiss. Soft, brief, but full of everything I couldn't quite put into words yet. When I pulled back, her eyes were wide, her lips parted in surprise. "I don't feel pressured," I said quietly. "I feel terrified, but not because of you, because I don't know how to do this. How to care about someone without destroying them. Then we figure it out together." Her hand found mine, squeezing gently, one step at a time. A sharp knock interrupted us. Victor's voice came through the door. "Boss, sorry to interrupt, but Alexei needs to see you. He says it's urgent." I cursed softly, already knowing what urgent meant in our world. "Give me 5 minutes." After Victor's footsteps retreated, I turned back to Cressida. "I need to—" "I know, go," she stood, smoothing down the shirt. "But Konstantin, whatever this is about, whatever you're planning, include me, no more shutting me out." I wanted to argue, to tell her that some things were too dangerous for her to know, but looking at her determined expression, I knew that ship had sailed. She was already in this, whether I liked it or not. "All right," I agreed, "but first you should probably put on pants. Alexei doesn't need to see you in my shirt." A blush crept up her neck, but she didn't look away. "Your men already know I stayed the night. I'm sure they can handle seeing me in your clothes." The possessive satisfaction that statement brought shouldn't have pleased me so much. But it did. 20 minutes later, Cressida in her own clothes and me in a fresh suit, we made our way to the secure conference room. Alexei was waiting, his expression grave. He didn't comment on Cressida's presence, though his eyes flicked between us with knowing amusement. "We found Omar," he said without preamble, spreading a series of photographs across the table. Or rather, he found us. He sent these an hour ago. My blood ran cold as I looked at the images. They were surveillance photos of Cressida at the penthouse library, of her in the garden at the Marchetti estate, of her walking down the street in Florence years ago. He'd been watching her. For years, apparently. Long before I'd ever married her. There's more. Alexei pulled out a folder. We've been digging into Omar's finances, trying to find a pattern. And we found something interesting. 6 months ago, he received a significant payment from an offshore account. How significant? $5 million. And the account? It traces back to a shell corporation we've seen before. Alexei's jaw tightened. One connected to the Marchettis. Silence fell over the room. I felt Cressida stiffen beside me, felt her shock even before she spoke. That's not possible, she said quietly. My family wouldn't, they'd never work with someone like Omar. Maybe not knowingly. Alexei pulled out more documents. The Shell Corporation has been used for legitimate business dealings, but someone with access to Marchetti funds sent $5 million to Omar Bashir 6 months ago, right around the time Konstantin first started making moves against your family. I thought about the timeline. 6 months ago was when I'd begun systematically acquiring Marchetti businesses, when I'd started putting pressure on Salvatore. Before I'd ever proposed marriage to Cressida. Someone wanted Omar positioned as a backup plan, I said slowly, my mind racing. If the marriage alliance didn't work, if I couldn't be controlled through Cressida, Omar would be activated to take me out, I finished, and create chaos that whoever paid him could exploit. But who? Cressida's voice was strained. Who in my family would have access to those kinds of funds and the connections to hire Omar? I thought about the Marchetti power structure. Salvatore controlled the main accounts, but his sons had access for business purposes. And then there were the associates, the lieutenants, any number of people who might have the means and motive. We need to find out, I said. Alexei, I want deep dives into everyone in the Marchetti organization, with financial access. Everyone. No exceptions. Boss, that's going to take. I don't care how long it takes. We need to know who's playing both sides. I turned to Cressida. And I need you to think. 6 months ago, was there anything unusual in your family? Any new associates? Any strange meetings? Anything that seemed off? She thought for a moment, her brow furrowed. I was still in Florence 6 months ago. I only came back 3 months ago when my father called me home. Her eyes widened. Wait! My father said there was trouble, that the family needed me, but he never explained what kind of trouble. What if someone was already working against him, using the threat of the Volkovs as cover for their own agenda? I moved to the window, my mind churning. That would explain the timing. They'd want you back here, close to the situation, where you could be used. Used how? Cressida demanded. Konstantin, what are you thinking? I turned to face her, hating what I was about to say. I'm thinking that our marriage might have been exactly what someone wanted. They pushed your father into accepting my proposal, knowing it would create tension, knowing it would put you close to me, close enough to be a target. But why? What do they gain from me being hurt? War, Alexei said quietly. If Omar kills you, or even just badly hurts you, Konstantin goes on a rampage. The Marchettis blame the Volkovs for not protecting you, and in the chaos, someone else rises to power. I finished. Someone who's been waiting for both families to destroy each other. Cressida sank into a chair, her face pale. So I've been a pawn from the beginning. Not just in your revenge plan, but in someone else's power play. The pain in her voice cut me deeper than any blade. I moved to kneel in front of her, taking her hands in mine. Listen to me, I said fiercely. You may have been meant as a pawn, but you're not one anymore. You're my wife, my partner, and I swear to you, we will find whoever is behind this and make them pay. How? We don't even know who it is. It could be anyone. Then we start eliminating possibilities. I stood, pulling her up with me. Alexei, set up a meeting with Salvatore. Tell him I want to talk about the attack, about Omar. Let's see how he reacts. You think it's him? Cressida's voice was small. My father? I don't know, but we need to see who knows what. Who's surprised by the information about Omar, and who's been expecting it? I cupped her face in my hands. Can you do this? Face your family, not knowing if one of them betrayed you? She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Yes, if it means finding the truth, if it means stopping Omar, yes, I can do it. God, she was brave, stronger than she knew, stronger than anyone gave her credit for. Then we move tomorrow. Tonight we prepare. I turned to Alexei. Get me everything on every Marchetti family member and associate. Bank records, phone logs, travel history, everything. And double the security on Cressida. If Omar is watching, he'll make a move soon. After Alexei left, Cressida and I stood in the conference room, surrounded by evidence of the conspiracy that had entangled us both. I need to tell you something, she said quietly. Something I found before the attack. I wasn't sure if it mattered, but now. What is it? She pulled out her phone, scrolling through photos, until she found what she was looking for. When I was at my father's house for dinner, I used the bathroom near his study. I saw files on his desk, financial documents. I took pictures just in case. She handed me the phone, and I scrolled through the images. Bank transfers, ledger entries, names I recognized, and some I didn't. And there, buried in the middle, was a transfer dated 6 months ago. $5 million to an offshore account. I didn't know what it meant at the time, Cressida said. But if what Alexei found is true, if this is the same account that paid Omar, then your father either knows about the conspiracy or someone used his accounts without his knowledge. I looked at her, seeing the conflict in her eyes. Which do you think it is? She was quiet for a long moment. I don't want to believe he'd put me in danger, but I also know my father is capable of things I don't want to think about. He's built his empire on violence and ruthlessness. She met my eyes. Like you. The comparison stung, but I couldn't deny it. We are alike, your father and I, both willing to sacrifice anything for power, for revenge. We're alike, she corrected gently. You're changing, Konstantin. I can see it. The question is whether my father can change too, or whether he's too far gone. I thought about Salvatore Marchetti, the man who'd murdered my family, who'd built his empire on the ashes of others. Could someone like that change? Could I? We'll find out tomorrow, I said, when we confront him with the evidence. The rest of the day passed in tense preparation. Alexei compiled dossiers, Victor coordinated security, and my other lieutenants prepared for every possible scenario. The meeting with Salvatore could go a dozen different ways. Peaceful negotiation, hostile confrontation, outright violence. We had to be ready for all of them. Through it all, Cressida stayed close. She reviewed the evidence with me, offered insights into her family members that only someone raised in that world could provide, and kept me grounded when the rage threatened to consume me again. As evening fell, I found her in the library, curled up in one of the leather chairs with a book she wasn't really reading. The tension in her shoulders, the way she worried her bottom lip, she was as anxious about tomorrow as I was. Come here, I said softly. She looked up, setting the book aside. Konstantin? I held out my hand. Come with me. I want to show you something. She took my hand, and I led her through the house to a room I'd never shown anyone before. It had been my mother's private study when we'd lived in the old Volkov estate. I'd recreated it here, in this safe house, as a sanctuary from the violence of my world. I unlocked the door and gestured for Cressida to enter first. The room was smaller than the main library, more intimate. Bookshelves lined the walls, but these contained personal volumes, photo albums, journals, my mother's favorite novels. A piano stood in the corner, its surface covered with framed photographs, and in the center of the room, under soft lighting, was a portrait of my family. My mother, elegant and smiling, my father, stern but proud, and between them, Katya and I as children, before the world had taught us to be afraid. Konstantin, Cressida breathed. This is beautiful. My mother loved this room. She'd come here to read, to play piano, to escape when the business got too dark. I moved to the piano, running my fingers over the keys without pressing them. After they died, I couldn't bear to be in here, but I also couldn't let it go, so I recreated it, piece by piece, until it was perfect. It's like a shrine. It's a prison. The words came out harsher than I intended. For 15 years, I've been trapped in this room, in these memories, unable to move forward, unable to let go. Cressida moved to stand beside me at the piano. Why are you showing me this now? Because I want you to understand what you're asking of me. When you say you want me to give up revenge, to choose life over death, this is what I'd be giving up. This room, these memories, the purpose that's kept me going all these years. No, she turned to face me fully. You'd be giving up the prison, Konstantin. Not the memories. Those will always be with you. Your mother's smile, Katya's laughter, the love they had for you. But the hate, the revenge, the need to make someone pay, that's the prison. That's what's keeping you trapped. I looked at the portrait, at the faces of people who'd been gone for so long. I don't know who I am without it. The revenge has been part of me for so long. Then discover who you are. Build a new identity, a new purpose. She took my hands in hers, and let me help you. What if I can't? What if the hate is all I have left? Then I'll love you anyway. She said it simply, matter-of-factly. I'll love the broken parts, and the whole ones. I'll love the man you are now, and the man you're becoming, and I'll keep loving you until you can love yourself again. The words broke something open inside me. Before I could think, before I could let fear stop me, I pulled her close and kissed her with everything I felt. All the longing, the fear, the desperate hope that maybe she was right, maybe I could be more than my rage. She kissed me back just as fiercely, her hands fisting in my shirt, her body pressed against mine. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, I rested my forehead against hers. I don't know how to do this, I admitted. How to be the man you deserve. Then let me teach you. She pulled back, just enough to meet my eyes. Starting now, starting tonight. Cressida, I want you, Konstantin. Not the cold boss, not the calculating criminal. You. The man who sings lullabies in his sleep, who builds shrines to the people he's lost, who's capable of such tenderness when he lets his guard down. She cupped my face in her hands. Make love to me. Not as a transaction, not as part of some plan. Just because you want to, because you choose to. Every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to maintain distance, to keep her at arm's length where she couldn't hurt me. But looking into her eyes, seeing the love and acceptance there, I couldn't find the strength to push her away. Not anymore. Are you sure? My voice was rough with desire and something deeper. Once we cross this line, there's no going back. I don't want to go back. She kissed me softly. I want to move forward, with you. I lifted her into my arms, carrying her from my mother's study to my bedroom. This time there was no hesitation, no walls between us. This time, I chose her. I chose us. And for the first time in 15 years, I let myself feel something other than hate. I let myself feel love. The following scene is too explicit for this format. The story continues after an intimate night together. I woke before dawn, Cressida curled against my side, her head on my chest, her breathing soft and even. In sleep, she looked peaceful, content, beautiful. Mine. The possessiveness of that thought should have worried me. Instead, it felt right, natural. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. When she saw me watching her, a slow smile spread across her face. "Hi," she murmured. "Hi." I brushed a strand of hair from her face. "How do you feel?" Like I should have seduced you weeks ago. The teasing in her voice made me smile despite the gravity of what lay ahead today. We have time to make up for it. Do we? The teasing faded, replaced by concern. Konstantin, today we're going to confront my family. We're going to face Omar's threat. Deal with whoever's been playing us both. What happens after that? What happens to us? I thought about how to answer, about what I could promise. The truth was, I didn't know. Our world was too unpredictable, too dangerous for guarantees. But I could give her this: honesty. I don't know what happens next, I admitted. I don't know if we'll survive Omar, if we'll find the traitor, if your family will ever accept us together. But I know that I'm not letting you go. Whatever comes, we face it together. Together, she repeated, like she was testing the word. Then, stronger. Together, I like the sound of that. So do I. We stayed like that for a few more minutes, wrapped in each other, stealing moments of peace before the storm. But eventually, reality intruded. Victor knocked with the message that Salvatore had agreed to meet, that the cars were ready, that it was time. Time to face the truth. Time to choose, revenge or redemption, hate or love, the past or the future. As I dressed in my armor, the sharp suit, the cold expression, the weapons hidden beneath expensive fabric, I caught Cressida watching me in the mirror. "What is it?" I asked. "I'm just thinking about how different you look now than you did last night." She moved to stand behind me, her hands smoothing over my shoulders. "Last night you were just a man. This morning you're the boss again." "I have to be. To protect us, to face what's coming." "I know," she turned me to face her, "but don't lose him completely, the man from last night. Promise me you'll hold on to that part of yourself, no matter what happens today." I kissed her forehead, a promise I wasn't sure I could keep. "I'll try. That's all I ask." An hour later, we were in the armored convoy heading to neutral ground, a restaurant Salvatore owned, empty except for our two families and enough armed guards to start a small war. Cressida sat beside me, her hand in mine, her face composed despite the tension I could feel radiating from her. She'd dressed carefully, elegant, but not ostentatious. The pearl necklace she'd chosen at our first jewelry meeting instead of the diamonds I'd wanted her to wear. A statement of independence, of choosing her own path. God, I loved her for it. The restaurant was dimly lit, intimate. Salvatore sat at a table in the center, Marco and Luca flanking him. They stood when we entered, and I saw the way their eyes went immediately to Cressida, cataloging every detail, looking for signs that I'd hurt her, that she needed rescuing. "Papa?" Cressida said softly. "Marco, Luca." "Figlia." Salvatore's voice was thick with emotion. "You look well." "I am well." She squeezed my hand, a show of unity. "We both are." We sat across from them, and I laid out the evidence, the surveillance photos from Omar, the financial trail leading back to Marchetti accounts, the timeline of payments and threats. With each revelation, I watched Salvatore's face. He looked shocked, then angry, then, and this was what convinced me, betrayed. "I didn't authorize any payment to Omar Bashir," he said quietly when I finished. "I've never even met the man. But someone with access to your accounts did." I pushed the bank records across the table. 6 months ago, $5 million. Salvatore studied the documents, his expression darkening. "This account, it's one of our legitimate business holdings. Several people have access. My sons, my consigliere Antonio, a few trusted associates." "We need a list," I said. "Everyone who could have made this transfer." "You think one of my people betrayed me? Set up this whole situation?" Salvatore's hands clenched into fists. "Used my daughter as bait in some scheme to destroy both our families and seize power in the aftermath." I finished. "Yes. That's exactly what I think." Marco leaned forward. "Then we need to find out who, fast, before Omar makes another move." For the first time since this war began, the Marchettis and I were on the same side, united by a common enemy, by the threat to someone we both cared about. Cressida. We spent the next hour comparing notes, sharing intelligence, building a picture of who had the means, motive, and opportunity to orchestrate this conspiracy. Names were offered and discarded, alibis checked and verified. And slowly, a pattern emerged. "Antonio," Luca said quietly, "your consigliere. He's been with the family for 20 years. He has access to everything and—" He pulled out his phone, scrolling through something. "He was the one who convinced Papa to agree to your marriage proposal. Said it was the only way to end the war." Salvatore's face went white. No, Antonio is family. He wouldn't. Wouldn't he? I pulled up the financial records on my tablet. Look at this. Every major decision in the past 6 months that weakened your position or mine, Antonio was involved. He suggested the Rotterdam shipment route that got seized. He recommended the port contract I ended up stealing. He told me to bring Cressida home from Florence. Salvatore finished, realization dawning. Said the family needed her, that it was time for her to take her place. Dio mio. He's been playing us all. But why? Cressida asked. What does Antonio gain from this? I thought about it, about what I knew of the man. Salvatore's consigliere, loyal for 20 years, always in the background, never seeking the spotlight, never pushing for power. He doesn't want power, I said slowly. At least, not for himself. But what if he's working for someone else? Someone who'd pay $5 million for a chance to destroy both families. Who has that kind of money and that kind of grudge? Marco demanded. The answer hit me like a physical blow. Michael Schwartz. Salvatore's head snapped up. The father of the boy your brother killed, but he's still in a coma from when I beat him. I finished. Or so I thought. Alexei, call the hospital. Now. Alexei stepped away, phone to his ear. We waited in tense silence until he returned, his face grim. Michael Schwartz checked himself out of the hospital 2 weeks ago, against medical advice. No one's seen him since. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Michael Schwartz had been planning this for months, maybe years. He'd cultivated Antonio, fed him money and promises of power, used him to manipulate both families into position. And now, with me and Salvatore weakened, with Omar Bashir as his weapon, he was ready to strike. Where would he go? Cressida asked. If he's planning something big, where? My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, a video file. I opened it, my blood running cold. The video showed a warehouse, dimly lit, and in the center, tied to a chair, bloodied but alive. Alexei? No, not the Alexei sitting beside me. I looked up, confirming he was still there, still whole. The video wasn't real time. It was from earlier, maybe hours ago. Or it was a deep fake, a lure. But then the figure in the video spoke, and I heard Alexei's voice saying things only the real Alexei would know. Details about operations, about my family, about... It's real, Alexei said quietly, his face ashen. That's my brother, Dmitri. I hadn't known Alexei had a brother. He'd never mentioned family, never given any indication. You didn't know because I kept it secret, Alexei said, reading my expression. Dmitri has special needs, lives in a care facility upstate. I visit him every month, pay for everything. But I never told anyone because I knew it could be used as leverage. And now someone has, I finished grimly. A text message followed the video. Come alone to the old Volkov estate. Bring Cressida. Or Dmitri dies, and then we start on everyone else you care about. You have 2 hours. The old Volkov estate. The place where my family had been murdered 15 years ago. Schwartz was calling me back to the scene of the crime, back to where it all began. It's a trap, Marco said. You can't go. I have to. I looked at Alexei, at the man who'd been my friend, my right hand, my brother in everything but blood. I won't let Dmitri die because of me. Then we all go, Salvatore said firmly. Marchetti's and Volkov's together, we end this tonight. I looked at Cressida, seeing the determination in her eyes. She was going to insist on coming, I knew. And part of me wanted her there, wanted her strength beside me. But the rational part, the part that had kept me alive all these years, knew the truth. If Cressida came, she'd be walking into exactly what Schwartz wanted, a target, a weakness to exploit. No, I said firmly. Cressida stays here, protected. Like hell I do, she shot back. Konstantin, if you think I'm letting you walk into that place without... It's not a debate. I cupped her face in my hands, needing her to understand. You're the target, Cressida. Everything Schwartz has done, every move he's made, it's been to get you in his crosshairs. I won't give him that satisfaction. But you're still going, into a trap, where he'll be waiting to... To kill me, yes, but if you're here, safe, then at least one of us survives. I kissed her forehead. Please, let me protect you this one time. Tears streamed down her face. You're asking me to let you go face a murderer alone, to possibly never see you again. I'm asking you to trust me, to trust that I've been doing this for 15 years and I know how to survive. You've been doing this alone for 15 years, she corrected, but you don't have to anymore. Let me come with you. Let me... Cressida. I made my voice hard, cold. The voice of the boss, not the man who'd made love to her last night. You will stay here, under guard. That's final. The hurt in her eyes nearly broke me. But I held firm, because letting her come would mean risking everything that mattered. And she mattered more than revenge, more than justice, more than my own life. She mattered more than anything. I hate you right now, she whispered. I know. I kissed her one last time, pouring everything I felt into it, but you'll forgive me when I come back. And if you don't come back, then you'll know that my last thought was of you, of us, of the future we could have had. I stepped away before she could argue further, turning to Salvatore and his sons. We leave in 10 minutes. Come heavy. Schwartz won't be alone. As I walked away, I heard Cressida calling after me, begging me not to go, not to do this, not to leave her. But I kept walking, because loving her meant protecting her, even from the darkness of my world. Even if it cost me everything. Even if it meant I might never see her again. I would face Schwartz. I would end this threat. And then, if I survived, I would come back to her. I would choose her. I would choose us. I would choose love over revenge, life over death, the future over the past. But first, I had to make sure we had a future to choose. And that meant walking back into the house of horrors where my childhood had died. It meant facing my demons, literal and metaphorical. It meant risking everything, but as I loaded weapons and prepared for war, I felt something I hadn't felt in 15 years. I felt hope, because for the first time I had something to fight for that wasn't built on hate. I had Cressida. I had love. And I would be damned if I let anyone take that away from me. Not Schwartz, not Omar, not even my own need for revenge. This time, I was fighting for something better. This time, I was choosing life. And God willing, I'd live to see it through. Chapter 7. Blood and Vows. Cressida. The moment Konstantin walked out, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Victor stood by the door like a sentinel, his expression carefully neutral, but I saw the sympathy in his eyes. He knew what Konstantin was walking into. He knew the odds. And he was following orders to keep me here, safe and helpless, while the man I loved walked into a trap. I can't do this, I said aloud, pacing the length of the conference room. I can't just sit here while he... Mrs. Volkov, Victor said gently. The boss is doing what he thinks is best. The boss is being an idiot. I whirled to face him. Victor, you know that estate. You know what happened there 15 years ago. Sending Konstantin back to that place where his family was murdered. It's not strategy. It's psychological warfare. Schwartz wants him off balance, emotional, vulnerable. Which is why we're going with him. The boss won't be alone. But he'll be thinking about me. Worrying about me. It'll distract him. I moved closer to Victor. Please, let me go to him. Let me. I have my orders, ma'am. You stay here where it's safe. I wanted to scream, to throw something, to do anything that would ease this helpless fury. Instead, I forced myself to think. Konstantin had taught me that much. When emotions threaten to overwhelm, fall back on logic and planning. What did I know? Schwartz wanted me at that estate. Wanted to use me against Konstantin. Which meant staying away was the smart play, the safe play. But it also meant leaving Konstantin to face his demons alone. And I'd promised him I wouldn't give up on him, that I'd help him heal from the past. How could I do that from here? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through the files Alexei had sent me earlier. Building schematics, security layouts, every piece of information they'd gathered about the old Volkov estate. The property had been abandoned for years after the murders. Too much blood, too many ghosts. But the structure was still there. The main house, the grounds, I stopped, an idea forming. "Victor," I said slowly. "The old estate. It has multiple entrances, doesn't it? Service entrances, ground access points?" Victor's eyes narrowed. "Ma'am, whatever you're thinking. Answer the question." He sighed. "Yes. The main entrance, 2 side doors, and a delivery entrance in the back. Plus the garage access and—" He stopped, realization dawning. "No, absolutely not. You don't even know what I'm going to suggest. You're going to suggest sneaking into the estate through a back entrance while the boss is distracted with Schwartz." Victor crossed his arms. "And the answer is no. He'd have my head. He's going to get himself killed if he's in there worried about me instead of focused on surviving." I pulled up the schematics on my phone. "But if I'm there, if he knows I'm safe and positioned where I can help if needed—" "Help how? You're not trained for combat, Mrs. Volkov." "No, but I'm trained to notice details, to see patterns, connections. I spent 10 years restoring art. You know what that taught me? How to see what's broken, what's out of place, what doesn't belong." I met his eyes. Let me be Konstantin's eyes and ears. Let me watch his back while he's facing forward. Victor was quiet for a long moment. Then, "The boss will kill me for this. Only if he finds out." I grabbed my jacket. "And by the time he does, it'll be too late to send me back." "That's what I'm afraid of," Victor muttered. But he was already moving toward the door, already signaling to 2 of the other guards. Within minutes, we were in a separate vehicle, taking a different route to the estate. Victor had argued for bringing more men, but I'd convinced him that a small, quiet team was better. Less chance of being detected, more flexibility to move. The drive took 40 minutes, and with each passing mile, my heart beat faster. What was I doing? Walking into danger? Disobeying a direct order from Konstantin? Risking everything? But I couldn't shake the image of him walking into that house alone, surrounded by ghosts and enemies. Couldn't ignore the certainty that he needed me there, whether he'd admit it or not. The old Volkov estate loomed ahead, a gothic nightmare of stone and shadows. Even in daylight, it looked haunted. The gates hung open, rusted and broken. The gardens had gone wild, overtaking the paths. And the house itself. It looked like the set of a horror movie. Shattered windows, crumbling facades, ivy creeping over everything, like the estate was being slowly consumed by nature. "Jesus," one of Victor's men muttered. "No wonder the boss never came back here." We parked a quarter-mile away and approached on foot, using the overgrown grounds for cover. Victor led us to the delivery entrance he'd mentioned, a heavy steel door set into the foundation, hidden behind what had once been a gardener's shed. "It's probably locked," I whispered. Victor pulled out a set of tools. "Probably, but I didn't spend 20 years in this business without learning how to pick a lock." While he worked, I studied the estate through the trees. I could see movement near the main entrance. Konstantin's convoy had arrived. Multiple vehicles, armed men taking positions. But there were other figures, too, moving in the shadows, circling the perimeter. Schwartz's people, or Omar's, or both. "We're in," Victor said quietly. The door swung open on rusted hinges, revealing a dark stairway leading up into the house. We moved carefully, weapons drawn, every sense on alert. The service corridor was narrow and dark, untouched for 15 years. Dust thick as carpet, cobwebs in every corner, the smell of decay and abandonment. We emerged into what must have been the kitchen, industrial-sized, designed for staff. Everything was still there, frozen in time. Pots on the stove, dishes in the sink, a calendar on the wall, still showing the month from 15 years ago. "This way," Victor whispered, leading us deeper into the house. We could hear voices now, multiple people, coming from different directions. I recognized Konstantin's voice, hard and cold, demanding to know where Dmitri was being held. Then another voice, cultured and mocking. "Ah, Konstantin, so good of you to join us. Though I notice you've brought friends. I specifically said to come alone. And I specifically don't take orders from men who kidnap the innocent, Konstantin replied. Where is Dmitri? Safe. For now. Though his continued safety depends on your cooperation. We crept closer, staying in the shadows of the servants, passages that ran throughout the house. Through a crack in a door I could see into what must have been the grand ballroom. Konstantin stood in the center, flanked by Salvatore and his men. Across from them, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure I assumed was Schwartz, and around the perimeter, my blood ran cold. There had to be 20 armed men, maybe more, all of them positioned to create a crossfire if shooting started. This wasn't a negotiation. It was an execution ground. Victor, I breathed. We need to even the odds. With 3 people against 20? No, with information. I pulled out my phone, quickly typing a message to Alexei. Schwartz has 20-plus men positioned in crossfire formation. Main ballroom. Konstantin surrounded. Need distraction. The response came seconds later. We're outside. Tell me when. I looked through the crack again, assessing positions. Schwartz's men were focused on the center of the room, on Konstantin and Salvatore. If we could create chaos on the perimeter, draw their fire away. You know what I want, Volkov? Schwartz was saying. Your empire in ruins, your allies dead, and you get to watch it all burn before I put a bullet in your head, just like you did to my son. Your son was a psychopath who tortured women for fun, Konstantin said coldly. Miron put him down like the rabid dog he was. My son was innocent. Schwartz's composure cracked. He was a good boy, a smart boy, and your brother murdered him in cold blood. Your son killed 3 women before Miron stopped him. I have the evidence. Photos, videos, testimony from the families. Konstantin's voice was steady, factual. He was a monster, and you know it. This isn't about justice. It's about your pride. Then let me have my pride. Schwartz pulled out a gun. Let me take from you what you took from me, starting with... The lights went out. Not gradually, all at once, plunging the ballroom into absolute darkness. Schwartz's men shouted in confusion, flashlights clicking on and sweeping the room. In that moment of chaos, Victor moved. He fired twice, taking out the 2 men closest to our position. I grabbed one of their dropped weapons, my hands shaking but my aim steady as I'd been taught. Gunfire erupted throughout the room. Muzzle flashes illuminated the space in staccato bursts, creating a nightmarish strobe effect. I saw Konstantin dive for cover, saw Salvatore and his men return fire, saw bodies falling. Stay down! Victor shoved me behind a pillar as bullets shredded the wall where I'd been standing. But I could see Konstantin now, pinned behind an overturned table, 3 of Schwartz's men advancing on his position. He was out of ammunition, I realized. Trapped. Without thinking, I raised the weapon and fired. Once, twice, 3 times. The men went down. Konstantin's head whipped around, his eyes finding me in the darkness. I saw shock, then fury, then something that looked like terror cross his face. Cressida! His roar was audible, even over the gunfire. Get out of here! But I couldn't leave. Not now, not when. Movement to my left. I spun, weapon raised, and found myself face to face with a ghost. Michael Schwartz stood there, gun pointed at my chest, his face twisted with rage, and something that looked like madness. So this is what the great Konstantin Volkov cares about, he said. A pretty little Marchetti whore. How touching. I'm not a whore. I kept my weapon trained on him, my voice steadier than I felt. I'm his wife. And if you hurt me, he'll make what he did to you before look like mercy. Oh, I'm counting on it. Schwartz's smile was chilling. I want him to suffer, want him to feel what I felt when I lost my son. And what better way than to make him watch while I... The shot came from behind Schwartz. He jerked forward, surprise crossing his face, then crumpled to the ground. Behind him stood Konstantin, a smoking gun in his hand, his face a mask of cold fury. "If you ever," he said quietly, moving to kick Schwartz's weapon away, "threaten my wife again, I will make sure you suffer for eternity before I let you die." But Schwartz was already dying. The shot had been precise, calculated to cause maximum pain, but not immediate death. I watched as blood pooled beneath him, as his breathing became labored. You're no better than me," Schwartz gasped. "We're the same, both willing to destroy everything for revenge." "No," Konstantin looked down at him with something that might have been pity. "I was like you, but I chose to be something better. I chose love over hate, life over death." He turned away, reaching for me. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." "Konstantin, I'm sorry for disobeying, but I couldn't just—" "We'll discuss your incredible stupidity later." He pulled me close, his hands running over me frantically, checking for injuries. "Right now, we need to get you out of here. Omar's men could still be—" "They're not." Alexei appeared from the darkness, covered in blood but moving steadily. "We cleared the perimeter, found Dmitri. He's alive, just roughed up. And Omar—" He paused. "Omar's dead. He was here, watching. When the shooting started, he tried to run. Salvatore's men caught him." I looked around the ballroom, seeing the carnage and the emergency lights that had kicked on. Bodies everywhere. Schwartz's men, some of Konstantin's. The high cost of this war written in blood on the marble floor. "It's over," I whispered. "It's really over." "Not yet." Konstantin's arm tightened around me. "First, we get you somewhere safe. Then we deal with Antonio and anyone else who was working with Schwartz. And then—" He looked down at me, and I saw something new in his eyes. "Then we figure out what comes next. For us." "I know what comes next." I cupped his face in my hands, not caring that we were surrounded by death and destruction. "We live, Konstantin. We stop dwelling in the past, and we live. We build something new, something better. You make it sound so simple." "It is simple. It's just not easy." I kissed him softly. "But nothing worth having ever is." A groan from behind us made us both turn. Schwartz, still clinging to life, looked up at us with hatred burning in his dying eyes. "You think you've won," he rasped. "But you're wrong. There are others. People who want you both dead. This isn't over." "Who?" Konstantin demanded, kneeling beside him. "Who else is involved?" But Schwartz's eyes had already glazed over. Whatever secrets he'd been keeping died with him. "We'll figure it out," I said quietly. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." Konstantin stood, pulling me with him. "Together," he agreed. As we walked out of that house of horrors, stepping over bodies and broken dreams, I felt something shift. The old Volkov estate had been a monument to tragedy, to a family destroyed by violence. But maybe it could be something else now. Maybe it could be where that cycle finally ended, where Konstantin chose to let go of the past and embrace the future, where we both chose love over hate. Outside, the sun was rising. The Marchetti and Volkov forces stood together, watching as medical teams tended to the wounded and body bags were brought for the dead. For the first time in 15 years, the two families weren't at war. "What now?" Salvatore asked, moving to stand beside us. His face was gray with exhaustion, his expensive suit ruined with blood and dirt. "Where do we go from here?" Konstantin looked at me, then back at Salvatore. "We rebuild. Both families, together. We legitimize the businesses. We end the violence. We create something our children won't have to be ashamed of." "You really think that's possible, after everything we've done?" "I think we owe it to the people we've lost to try." Konstantin's hand found mine. "And I think we owe it to the people we love to be better than we've been." Salvatore's eyes went to me, and I saw understanding dawn. "You love her, really love her." "Yes." "And you?" Salvatore asked me. "You love him, even knowing what he is?" what he's capable of. I thought about everything I'd witnessed, the violence, the ruthlessness, the darkness that still lived in Konstantin's soul. But I also thought about the man who sang lullabies in his sleep, who'd chosen to spare his enemies pain, who'd risked everything to protect me. I love him because of what he is and what he's becoming, I said. He's not perfect, neither am I. But we're trying to be better. Isn't that what love is? Choosing to grow together? Salvatore was quiet for a long moment. Then he held out his hand to Konstantin. To new beginnings, he said, and to family. Konstantin took his hand. To family. As the two men who'd spent 15 years as bitter enemies shook hands, I felt tears streaming down my face. It wasn't a perfect ending. There was still too much blood, too much pain, too many ghosts to lay to rest. But it was a beginning. And sometimes that was enough. 3 days later, I stood in the remains of what had been the Volkov family's private chapel on the estate grounds. Unlike the main house, this building was still intact, hidden in a grove of birch trees that had shielded it from the worst of the decay. Konstantin had asked me to meet him here, said he had something to show me. I'd arrived to find the chapel cleaned, candles lit, and my husband standing at the altar in a simple black suit. "What is this?" I asked, moving down the aisle toward him. "When we got married," he said quietly, "it was a business transaction, a means to an end. You wore a dress I chose, jewelry I selected, and you said vows you didn't mean." Konstantin. Let me finish. He took my hands in his. I want to do it again. Here, in the chapel where my parents were married, where Katya was baptized. I want to marry you properly this time. Not as Konstantin Volkov, the crime boss, but as Konstantin, the man who loves you, the man who wants to spend the rest of his life making you happy. I looked around the chapel, seeing it through new eyes. This was holy ground for him, the last pure place in a world of violence. And he was offering to share it with me. I don't have a dress, I said through tears. You don't need one. He cupped my face in his hands. I just need you, your heart, your love, your promise that you'll stay with me, even when I'm difficult and broken and impossible. I promise, I whispered. I promise to stay, to love you, to build a life with you, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for better or worse, he finished. Though I'm going to work very hard to make sure it's mostly better. And I promise to let you try. I stood on tiptoe, kissing him softly. I love you, Konstantin Volkov, my husband, my partner, my choice. And I love you, Cressida Volkov. He smiled, and it transformed his face, making him look younger, lighter. My wife, my salvation, my future. We stood there in the candlelight, holding each other, making promises that mattered. No witnesses except the ghosts of Konstantin's family, no official to bless us, nothing but our hearts and our words. But it was real in a way the first wedding had never been. It was a choice, freely made. It was love, finally acknowledged. It was the beginning of something new. Come on, Konstantin said, taking my hand. I have one more thing to show you. He led me from the chapel to a section of the estate I hadn't seen before. Behind the main house, hidden by walls and gates, was a garden. Or what had once been a garden. Now it was overgrown, wild, beautiful in its chaos. My mother's garden, Konstantin explained. She spent hours here, growing roses and lavender and everything she loved. After she died, I couldn't bear to maintain it, so I let it go wild. It's beautiful. It could be again. With work, with care, with someone who knows how to restore broken things. He turned to face me. I'm tearing down the main house. Too many bad memories, too much pain. But this garden, I want to save it, bring it back to life, and I want you to help me. I looked at the overgrown paths, the crumbling fountains, the roses that had reverted to wild things, beautiful and thorny. It would take years to restore this garden, patience and dedication and love. Just like healing Konstantin would take years. Yes, I said. "I'll help you save your mother's garden, and everything else worth saving." He pulled me close, and we stood there in the ruins of the past, planning a future neither of us had thought possible. Behind us, the old Volkov estate waited to be torn down, its ghosts finally laid to rest. Ahead of us, a garden waited to bloom again. And between us, hope, love, the promise of something better than revenge, stronger than hate. We had survived, together. And now, finally, we could begin to truly live. Chapter 8. Empire of Two. Konstantin. 3 months later, I stood at the window of my new office, smaller than the old one, in a building that held no ghosts, and watched the city wake up below. The view was different from here, softer somehow, less about power, and more about possibility. Behind me I heard the door open, caught the scent of jasmine and coffee. "You're up early," Cressida said, moving to stand beside me. She was dressed for the day in jeans and one of my shirts, her hair still damp from the shower. In her hands she held 2 cups of coffee, prepared exactly how we each liked it, a small domestic ritual we'd developed over the past months. Couldn't sleep. I accepted the coffee, pulling her close with my free arm, too much on my mind. The meeting with the city planners? Among other things. I pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "They're not thrilled about my proposal to turn the old estate into a public park and memorial garden. But they're going to approve it anyway, because you've agreed to fund the entire project plus ongoing maintenance." She smiled up at me. "And because you've become surprisingly good at negotiations that don't involve threats." I had a good teacher. I glanced at the stack of papers on my desk, the legitimate business deals I was now focusing on. Real estate development, art acquisition, even a gallery partnership with Cressida's former colleagues in Florence. Though I still want to threaten people sometimes. "The important thing is that you don't actually do it." She sipped her coffee. "How's the transition going, really?" I thought about how to answer. The past 3 months had been the hardest of my life. Harder than the years after my family's death. Harder than building my empire. Harder than anything I'd ever done. Letting go of revenge was like cutting off a limb. It hurt. It left me unbalanced, searching for a new center of gravity. But slowly, painfully, I was finding it. It's difficult, I admitted. Some days, I wake up and the old anger is still there. The need to hurt the people who hurt me. The desire to build walls and shut everyone out. And what do you do on those days? I come find you. I work in the garden. I visit Katya's grave and tell her about my life now. I pulled Cressida closer. I remind myself that I have more to live for than hate. Good. She set down her coffee and turned to face me fully. "Because I have something that might help with that reminder." "What's that?" She took my hand and placed it on her still flat stomach. A very small, very new reason to keep choosing life over death. For a moment I didn't understand. Then the realization hit me like a physical blow. "You're where?" I couldn't form a complete sentence. "Pregnant, about 6 weeks along, according to the doctor." Her eyes searched mine, looking for a reaction. I know we hadn't talked about children yet, hadn't planned. I kissed her, cutting off her anxious babbling. Kissed her with everything I felt. Joy and terror and overwhelming love. When I finally pulled back, we were both breathless. "A baby," I whispered, my hand still on her stomach. "Our baby. Are you happy?" "Because if you're not ready, if this is too much." "I'm terrified," I admitted. "I'm terrified that I'll be a terrible father, that I'll pass on all my darkness to our child, that I'll fail them the way I failed Katya." "You didn't fail Katya. You were 17 years old and—" "I know, logically I know." I rested my forehead against hers. "But fear isn't logical, and the thought of being responsible for another life, of having someone depend on me for their safety and happiness, it's overwhelming." "Then we'll be overwhelmed together." She took my face in her hands. "You're not alone in this, Konstantin. We're partners, remember? Equal partners. And I think you're going to be an amazing father." "How can you possibly know that?" Because I've seen how you are with Alexei's brother Dmitri, how patient you are, how gentle. Because you've spent months rebuilding your mother's garden with your own hands, caring for every plant like it's precious. She smiled through tears. And because you love me, and anyone who can love as fiercely as you do will love our child even more. I pulled her into my arms, holding her as tightly as I dared. A baby, a child who would carry both Volkov and Marchetti blood, who would be the ultimate symbol of the peace between our families. A child who deserved better than the world of violence and revenge I'd inhabited for so long. I want to be better for them, I said quietly. For you both. I want to build something that our child can be proud of. You already are. Cressida pulled back, smiling up at me. The legitimate businesses, the memorial garden, the alliance with my family. You're building a legacy of peace, Konstantin, a legacy of hope. A legacy that will take years to complete. Good thing we have time then. The meeting with the city planners went better than expected. They approved the memorial garden project with only minor modifications, and by the end of the week, I had contractors ready to begin work on transforming the old Volkov estate. The main house would be demolished, its ghosts finally laid to rest. In its place would rise a public garden and memorial, a place for families to gather, for children to play, for anyone who'd lost someone to violence to find peace. Cressida's design had been accepted in full, winding paths through restored gardens, a fountain where the ballroom had been, and at the center, a chapel. Not the family chapel where we'd renewed our vows, but a new structure open to all faiths, dedicated to remembrance and healing. It was perfect, beautiful. Everything my mother would have loved. Your mother would be proud, Salvatore said, appearing at my elbow as we watched the first excavators arrive. Of what you're building here, of the man you've become. It was strange, having civil conversations with the man I'd once sworn to destroy. But over the past months, Salvatore and I had developed an unexpected understanding. We'd both been trapped by the past, both sacrificed too much to old grudges. And we both loved Cressida enough to try to be better. I hope so, I replied, though I'm still not sure what she'd think of me marrying a Marchetti. Salvatore laughed, the sound genuine. I think she'd be relieved. My Elena certainly is. She always said this war would only end when our families were bound by something stronger than hate. And that something is your daughter. Salvatore's expression softened. Cressida told me this morning about the baby. Congratulations. Thank you. I watched the excavator take its first bite out of the old house's facade. They'll grow up in a different world than we did. No blood feuds, no endless cycles of revenge. Just normal problems, school, friends, teenage rebellion. You think it'll be that simple? No, but I can hope. I glanced at him. We both can. Salvatore nodded slowly. I've been thinking about what you said, about legitimizing the businesses, about building something our children won't be ashamed of. And I've decided I'm retiring. Stepping down. Marco will take over the legitimate operations. Luca will handle the transition. And He paused. I'm going to spend time with my grandchild. Be the grandfather I never got to be for anyone else. The announcement surprised me. Salvatore had built his entire identity around being the Marchetti patriarch, the boss who commanded respect and fear in equal measure. What will you do with yourself? I don't know yet. Travel, maybe. Elena's always wanted to see Tuscany again, visit the villages where her family came from. A small smile. Maybe I'll take up gardening. You seem to have found it therapeutic. It is. I thought about the hours I'd spent in my mother's garden, hands deep in soil, coaxing life from seeds. It was meditative work, restorative. You're welcome to help with the memorial garden if you want. We could always use more volunteers. I might take you up on that. Salvatore extended his hand. Partners in peace instead of enemies in war. Who would have thought? I shook his hand, feeling the strange rightness of it. Cressida did. She believed we could change. Believed we could be better. She's a remarkable woman. You're lucky to have her." "I know." I looked toward where Cressida stood with the architects, gesturing animatedly as she explained her vision for the rose garden. Even from here, I could see the passion in her movements, the life and hope that radiated from her. "I know exactly how lucky I am, Cressida." 6 months later, I stood in the center of what had once been my mother-in-law's garden, marveling at the transformation. What had been wild and overgrown was now carefully cultivated beauty, roses in every color blooming along restored pathways, lavender and herbs filling the air with fragrance, fountains babbling peacefully where silence had reigned for 15 years. It was still a work in progress. The main memorial wouldn't be complete for another year, but already it was breathtaking. "You're supposed to be resting," Konstantin's voice came from behind me, warm with affection and exasperation. "Doctor's orders. I am resting. I'm just doing it standing up." I turned to face him, one hand on my swollen belly. At 7 months pregnant, I felt like I was carrying a bowling ball, but I refused to become one of those delicate pregnant women who did nothing but sit around. Even if Konstantin would prefer that I did, that's not what resting means. He moved to stand beside me, his hand joining mine on my stomach. Our daughter, we'd found out the gender last month, kicked vigorously as if to protest being discussed. She's active today. She's always active. I think she's going to be a soccer player. I leaned back against him, letting him take some of my weight. "How did the meeting with the Art Foundation go?" "They've agreed to sponsor the rotating exhibition space. We'll feature emerging artists, focus on works that explore themes of healing and reconciliation." His free hand came up to rest on my shoulder. "I thought we could name it after Katya. The Ekaterina Volkov Memorial Gallery." Tears pricked my eyes. Pregnancy hormones made me cry at everything lately. "She would have loved that. Your mother, too." "That's what I thought." He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. "Thank you, by the way." "For what?" "For this. All of this." His gesture encompassed the garden, the memorial, the life we'd built together. For believing I could be more than my worst impulses. For loving me enough to fight for me when I couldn't fight for myself. "You don't need to thank me for loving you. It's not a favor, Konstantin. It's a choice I make every day, a choice I'll keep making for the rest of our lives. Even when I'm difficult and stubborn and impossible, especially then." I turned in his arms, careful of my belly, because those are the moments when you need love the most. He kissed me softly, reverently, like I was something precious. And in his arms, in this garden we'd brought back to life together, I felt it. The absolute certainty that we'd made it. That we'd survived the worst and come out stronger on the other side. "Come on," he said, pulling back. "I have something to show you." He led me to a section of the garden I hadn't visited in a few weeks, the area where the family chapel still stood. But now, surrounding it, was something new, a memorial wall. Made of pale marble, it bore the names of everyone who died in the 15-year war between the Volkovs and the Marchettis. Not just Konstantin's family, but all the casualties. Wives, children, soldiers from both sides, innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. Hundreds of names, hundreds of lives lost to hate and revenge. "I wanted to remember them all," Konstantin said quietly. "Not just my family, but everyone who died because two men couldn't let go of a grudge. Because that's the truth, isn't it? My father and Salvatore's father started this war, and everyone else just suffered." I found my cousin Isabella's name etched in the marble next to Katya's. 2 innocent girls who died too young, victims of a war they hadn't chosen. "It's perfect," I whispered, "and important. We can't build a better future if we forget how we got here." "That's what I thought. The memorial will be dedicated next month, on the anniversary of—" He trailed off, unable to say it even now. "On the anniversary of the night you lost your family," I finished gently. "It's okay to say it, Konstantin. It happened. It shaped you. But it doesn't define you anymore. No, now I'm defined by this. His hand covered mine on my belly. By you, by our daughter, by the choice to build instead of destroy. And by the garden, I added. Don't forget the garden. He laughed, the sound free and genuine. Never. The garden is my therapy, and my penance, and my hope all rolled into one. We stood there together, watching the sun set over the restored gardens, over the memorial to the past, over the future we were building from the ashes of old wars. What should we name her? I asked. Our daughter. Konstantin was quiet for a moment. I've been thinking about that. What would you say to Ekaterina? Katya for short. After my sister. I'd say yes, on one condition. What's that? Her middle name is Elena, after your mother. His arms tightened around me. Ekaterina Elena Volkov. It's perfect. She's going to have a lot to live up to, 2 strong women's names to carry. Then it's good she'll have you to show her how it's done. He turned me to face him. How to be strong and gentle at the same time. How to see the good in people, even when they can't see it themselves. How to love fiercely but wisely. And she'll have you to show her the importance of second chances, of choosing to change, even when it's hard, of building gardens in the ruins. We're going to be good parents, Konstantin said, and I heard the wonder in his voice. Aren't we? We're going to be great parents, because we know what not to do, all the mistakes our families made, all the ways violence destroys, and we're going to do better. Together. Together, I agreed, Konstantin. 2 months later, the nursery was finished, painted in soft yellows and greens, filled with books and toys and everything our daughter could possibly need. Cressida had insisted on doing most of the decorating herself, despite being 9 months pregnant and ready to pop at any moment. I'd hovered anxiously, ready to catch her if she fell, to help if she needed it, to generally make a nuisance of myself. Stop hovering, she said now, lowering herself carefully into the rocking chair we'd bought. The doctor said light activity is good for me, and hanging immobile doesn't count as heavy labor. You're 9 months pregnant. Everything counts as heavy labor. I adjusted the mobile one more time, making sure it hung perfectly centered over the crib. How's this? Perfect, just like the last 5 times you asked. But she was smiling, indulging my anxious nesting. Konstantin, sit down. You're making me nervous with all this pacing. I sat on the edge of the crib facing her. I'm sorry. I want everything to be perfect for her. It will be. And the things that aren't perfect, we'll figure out together. She reached for my hand. That's what parenting is, right? Making it up as you go and hoping you don't mess up too badly. That's not reassuring. It's honest. She squeezed my hand. Come here, feel this. I knelt beside the chair, my hand on her belly. Katya was moving, pushing against her mother's skin, in what had become her favorite position. Feet pressing on the right side, head down low, ready to make her appearance any day now. She's running out of room in there, Cressida said. I think she's ready to meet us. I don't know if I'm ready to meet her. Yes, you are. You've been ready for months. You've read every book, taken every class, baby-proofed the entire penthouse twice. She cupped my face in her free hand. You're going to be an amazing father. How can you be so sure? Because I've watched you tend to that garden every day for 8 months. I've seen the patience you have with the roses, the care you take with every plant. That's how you'll be with her. Patient, careful, dedicated. Plants don't scream and cry and need constant attention. True, but they also don't smile when they see you, or laugh at your jokes, or grow up to tell you they love you. Cressida's expression softened. Trust me, Konstantin. The sleepless nights and the worry, it's all worth it. Before I could respond, Cressida gasped, her hand tightening on mine. What? What's wrong? I was on my feet instantly, panic rising. I think my water just broke. She looked down at the wet spot spreading on the chair. Oh, God. Konstantin, it's happening. The baby's coming. For a second, I froze. Then training kicked in. Not the training of a crime boss, but the training from all those birthing classes Cressida had insisted we take. Okay, we have a plan. Bag is packed, car is ready, hospital is on speed dial. I helped her stand carefully. Can you walk? Should I carry you? I can walk. It's just my water breaking, not my legs. But she leaned on me heavily as we made our way to the door. Call the doctor. Tell them we're on the way. The next few hours passed in a blur. The drive to the hospital. Cressida breathing through contractions. The nurses wheeling her into the delivery room. The controlled chaos of medical staff preparing for the birth. I stayed by her side through all of it, holding her hand, offering ice chips, trying not to pass out when the pain got bad, and she squeezed my fingers hard enough to break them. I hate you, she panted during a particularly intense contraction. This is all your fault. I know, Lyubov. I'm sorry. Don't you, love, me in Russian. You did this to me. I did, and I'll never do it again, I swear. The pain passed, and she laughed weakly. Yes, you will. We talked about wanting at least 2 children. Past me was an idiot. We're stopping at 1. We'll see. She gripped my hand as another contraction started. Oh God, here comes another one. 15 hours. That's how long it took. 15 hours of watching the woman I loved suffer, of feeling helpless and useless, of wanting to fix it but knowing I couldn't. But then, finally, the doctor said those magic words. One more push. I can see the head. Cressida bore down, squeezing my hand and screaming through gritted teeth. And then, a baby's cry, high and indignant, and the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. It's a girl, the doctor announced, holding up a squirming, red-faced infant. Healthy and strong. Congratulations. They cleaned her quickly and placed her on Cressida's chest. I stared down at the tiny being we'd created. So small, so perfect, with a shock of dark hair and eyes that would probably be gray like mine. Katya, Cressida whispered, tears streaming down her face. Our little Katya. She's perfect, I managed, my own voice thick with emotion. You're both perfect. Cressida looked up at me, exhausted but radiant. Want to hold your daughter? I'd held weapons. I'd held briefcases full of money. I'd held the lives of dozens of men in my hands. But nothing had ever terrified me more than taking this tiny, fragile being into my arms. She fit perfectly in the crook of my elbow, her small hand wrapping around my finger with surprising strength. And when her eyes, cloudy and unfocused but somehow knowing, found mine, something inside me broke and reformed all at once. Hello, Ekaterina, I whispered. I'm your papa, and I promise you, I swear to you on everything I am, I will spend the rest of my life making sure you're safe and loved and happy. I won't always get it right, but I'll always try, and I'll be better for you. I'll be the man you deserve to have as a father. The baby made a small sound, almost like agreement, and nestled closer to my chest. I think she approves, Cressida said softly. I hope so. I couldn't take my eyes off her, because she's stuck with me now. We both are. Cressida reached out, linking her hand with my free one. Stuck with each other, for better or worse. Definitely for better, I corrected. I'm done with worse. From now on, it's all gardens and grandchildren and growing old together. Grandchildren? She's 5 minutes old, Konstantin. I'm planning ahead. It's what I do. I carefully settled back in the chair beside the bed, still holding Katya. Though I'm in no hurry. This is perfect. Right here, right now. This is everything. Cressida's eyes drifted closed, exhaustion finally claiming her. I love you, she murmured. Both of you. We love you too, I replied. More than anything. I sat there for hours, watching my wife sleep, holding my daughter, marveling at how much my life had changed in less than a year. A year ago, I'd been consumed by revenge, by hate, by the need to make someone pay for my family's deaths. Now I was a husband, a father, a man building gardens instead of graves. The old Konstantin would have scoffed at this scene, at the softness, the vulnerability, the love that left me exposed to so much pain. But the new Konstantin, the one Cressida had helped me become, understood something the old one never could. This was strength, real strength, the strength to open your heart knowing it could be broken, the strength to build something beautiful knowing it could be destroyed, the strength to love fiercely knowing loss was inevitable. This was the empire I was meant to build, not one of violence and fear, but one of love and hope. An empire of 2, now 3. And it was more valuable than all the power and wealth I'd accumulated in my old life. Katya stirred in my arms, her tiny mouth opening in a yawn. I adjusted my hold, tucking her blanket more securely around her. "Your mother and I didn't have the easiest start," I told her quietly. "We came from families that were supposed to be enemies. We were bound by revenge and manipulation and all kinds of darkness. But we chose each other anyway, chose to build something better." The baby's eyes drifted closed, lulled by my voice. "And you're proof that we made the right choice. You're the best of both families. Volkov and Marchetti blood running through your veins. You're our hope, our future, our reason to keep being better." I thought about my mother, about Katya, the sister my daughter was named for. Would they approve of the choices I'd made, of the man I'd become? I like to think they would, like to think they were watching somehow, seeing how I'd turned pain into purpose, hate into healing. "Your grandmother would have loved you," I whispered to the sleeping infant. "She would have spoiled you rotten, taught you to play piano, filled your head with poetry and art and all the beautiful things in the world. And your Aunt Katya, she would have been the best aunt, would have taught you to be brave and strong and never afraid to be yourself." A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Alexei poked his head in, his face lighting up when he saw the baby. "Can I come in?" he asked quietly. "Of course." He entered, moving to stand beside my chair. For a moment he just looked at Katya, his expression soft. "She's beautiful, Koz. Absolutely beautiful." "She is." I felt a ridiculous surge of pride. 10 fingers, 10 toes, healthy lungs. We got lucky. "It's not luck, it's love." Alexei placed a hand on my shoulder. "You know, when you first told me about marrying Cressida, I thought you'd lost your mind. Thought the revenge plan had finally driven you over the edge. And now? Now I think it's the sanest thing you've ever done." He squeezed my shoulder. "You're happy, really happy. I never thought I'd see that." "Neither did I." I looked down at my daughter. "But here we are." "Here we are," Alexei agreed. "Kos, I'm proud of you, of the man you've become. Your father would be too." The words hit harder than I expected. My father had been a complicated man, loving but stern, capable of great kindness and great cruelty. Would he approve of the path I'd chosen, of walking away from revenge? "I don't know about that," I said quietly. "My father believed in strength, in never showing weakness, in making your enemies fear you. He also believed in family, in protecting the people you love at any cost." Alexei gestured to Katya. "What's more protective than building a safer world for your daughter to grow up in?" Maybe he was right. Maybe my father would understand. Or maybe it didn't matter. Maybe all that mattered was the choice I'd made, to be better, to do better, to build a legacy my daughter could be proud of. "Thank you," I said, "for everything, for standing by me even when I was at my worst." "That's what brothers do." Alexei moved toward the door. "Get some rest. You're going to need it. From what I hear, babies don't sleep much." After he left, I settled more comfortably in the chair, adjusting Katya in my arms. She was so small, so fragile. The thought of anything happening to her sent terror through me. But I wouldn't let fear control me, not anymore. I would protect her, yes, guard her fiercely. But I would also teach her to be strong on her own, to make good choices, to build her own life. I would give her what my parents had tried to give me: love, opportunity, hope, and I would make sure she never had to pay for the sins of her fathers. The past was finished. The gardens were blooming. The memorial stood as a testament to change. And in my arms, the future slept peacefully. An empire of 2 had become 3. And it was perfect. Epilogue. New legacy. Cressida. 2 years later, The morning sun streamed through the kitchen windows as I poured coffee, watching Konstantin through the glass doors that led to the garden. He was crouched beside our daughter, both of them examining something in the soil. Probably a worm or a beetle, if Katya's delighted squeals were any indication. She was 2 now, walking and talking and absolutely fearless. She had Konstantin's dark hair and gray eyes, but my stubborn streak and love of beautiful things. And she had her father completely wrapped around her tiny finger. "Papa, look!" Her voice carried clearly through the open door. "Bug!" "I see it, Princessa." "Very good. But we don't touch the bugs, remember? We look with our eyes." "Why?" "Because some bugs bite, and we want to be safe." "But Papa saved me." I saw Konstantin's shoulders soften, saw him pull our daughter into a gentle hug. "Yes, Malishka, Papa will always keep you safe. But you also need to learn to keep yourself safe, okay?" "Kay." She wiggled free, already distracted by a butterfly. "Papa, fly." He stood, lifting her up so she could see the butterfly better. "Yes, that's a butterfly. Can you say butterfly?" "Fly." She clapped her hands, startling the insect into flight. "Fly away!" I smiled, carrying the coffee outside to join them. Konstantin looked up as I approached, his expression transforming from patient father to devoted husband in an instant. "Good morning," he said, accepting the coffee with his free hand while keeping Katya balanced on his hip. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in weeks." I kissed Katya's cheek, then Konstantin's lips. "How long have you two been out here?" "Since dawn." Someone decided that 6 a.m. was the perfect time to inspect the roses. He gave our daughter a look of mock severity. "Didn't you, troublemaker?" "Not trouble, helping," Katya insisted. She pointed to a bucket nearby. "Papa, more water?" "Later. Right now, it's time for breakfast." He set her down, and she immediately grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the house. We ate on the terrace overlooking the garden. Katya in her high chair, messily destroying a plate of scrambled eggs, while Konstantin and I lingered over coffee and fruit. "The memorial dedication went well yesterday," I said. "The mayor's speech was actually quite moving." It was. Konstantin wiped egg off Katya's face, ignoring her protests. And seeing both families there, standing together, my associates and yours, honoring the dead together, it felt like closure. "Do you think your mother and sister would have approved of everything we've built?" He was quiet for a moment, considering. "I think they would have been surprised. But yes, I think they'd approve. Especially of this." He gestured to encompass our home, our daughter, our life. My mother always said that love was the only thing worth fighting for. I just took a long time to understand what she meant. Katya chose that moment to throw a piece of egg, which landed in my coffee with a splash. Oh. Yes, oh, indeed. I tried to look stern, but she giggled so adorably that I couldn't help but smile. "You're lucky you're cute, little miss." "Like Mama." "Exactly like Mama," Konstantin agreed, his eyes warm on me. "Beautiful and charming and capable of getting away with anything." "I don't get away with everything." "You got me to fall in love with you, give up my revenge, and become a law-abiding citizen who gardens." I'd say that's getting away with quite a lot. After breakfast, while Konstantin took Katya to the playroom, I retreated to my study. The room was filled with art supplies and works in progress. I'd started painting again, creating pieces inspired by the garden, by renewal and growth. But today, I had a different project. I opened my laptop and pulled up the files I'd been working on for months. A memoir of sorts, documenting the war between the families, the marriage contract, everything that had led to the peace we now enjoyed. It wasn't for publication, it was for Katya, for when she was old enough to understand. So she'd know where she came from, what her parents had overcome, why the memorial garden existed. So she'd understand that even people who did terrible things could choose to change. I was deep in editing when Konstantin appeared in the doorway, Katya asleep on his shoulder. "She crashed hard," he said softly. All that butterfly chasing wore her out. Put her in her crib. I'll come check on her in a minute. He returned a few minutes later, closing the study door quietly behind him. Writing again? The memoir. I'm almost finished. I gestured to the screen. I'm trying to explain our first meeting when you proposed the marriage, but I'm struggling to capture how terrified I was. You didn't show it. He moved behind my chair, reading over my shoulder. I remember thinking you were the calmest person in the room, so composed, so dignified. I was screaming internally. As was I. His hands settled on my shoulders, thumbs rubbing gentle circles. I was about to chain myself to the daughter of my enemy for revenge. The terror was mutual. I leaned back against him. Do you ever regret it? The choice to marry me instead of continuing the war? Never. Not once. He turned my chair so I faced him, then knelt so we were eye level. Marrying you was the best decision I ever made, even when I didn't know it yet. We've been lucky. So many things could have gone wrong. It wasn't luck. It was work, hard work. Every single day, choosing each other over the easy path of hate, he took my hands in his. And it's work we'll keep doing, for Katya, for each other, for the families who are watching to see if this peace holds. Do you think it will? Hold, I mean. Yes, because we have something the previous generation didn't. We have hope. We have proof that change is possible. We have a daughter who will grow up knowing both families as allies, not enemies. A cry from the nursery interrupted us. Not distressed, just Katya waking up and wanting company. I'll get her, Konstantin said, standing. You finish your writing. But I followed him to the nursery, needing to see them both together, needing to remind myself that this was real, that we'd actually made it. Katya stood in her crib, arms raised, her face lighting up when she saw us. Mama! Papa! Konstantin lifted her out, and she immediately reached for me. I took her, settling her on my hip, breathing in her baby shampoo scent. What do you think, Malishka? Konstantin asked her. Want to go visit the memorial garden? Show Mama how the roses are blooming? Roses, Katya clapped her hands. Pretty like Mama. We drove to the memorial. It was only a 20-minute trip from our home, but Katya narrated every second, pointing out dogs and cars and clouds shaped like animals. The memorial gardens had been open to the public for 3 months now, and they were always busy. Families picnicking on the lawns, children playing near the fountains, elderly couples walking the paths hand in hand. This was what we'd built. Not a monument to violence, but a celebration of peace. We walked the familiar paths, Katya between us holding both our hands. She knew this place well. We came almost every week, tending to the roses that grew near the memorial wall. Can you show me Aunt Katya's name? I asked her. She pulled free, running to the wall with the confident stumble of a 2-year-old. Her finger traced the letters she'd memorized. Katya, Katya. That's right, you were named after her. She was Papa's sister, and she would have loved you very much. In heaven? Yes, sweetheart. In heaven, with Papa's mama and my cousin Isabella. Katya nodded seriously, already moving on to more interesting things. A ladybug on the wall, a bird singing nearby, the endless, fascinating world of a toddler. Konstantin slipped his arm around my waist, pulling me close as we watched our daughter explore. I used to hate coming here, he said quietly, to this place where they died, but now it's where we remember them with love instead of hate. Yes, he pressed a kiss to my temple. Thank you for that, for helping me transform this place from a nightmare into something beautiful. You did that yourself. I just held your hand while you did it. You did more than that. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. You saw the man I could be, not just the monster I was. I turned in his arms, looking up at him. Even after 2 years of marriage, real marriage, not the contract we'd started with, he could still take my breath away. The sharp lines of his face had softened slightly, the hardness in his eyes replaced by warmth. He smiled more now, laughed freely, played on the floor with our daughter without worrying about looking weak. He was still Konstantin Volkov, still powerful, still commanding respect in business and beyond. But he was also Katya's devoted father, my loving husband, a man who spent his Sundays covered in dirt, tending to roses. "I love you," I said simply. "I know I say it all the time, but I never get tired of hearing it." He kissed me softly. "I love you too, today, tomorrow, always." "Papa, Mama, look." Katya had found a cluster of butterflies on the lavender. "So many!" We moved to join her, crouching down to her level, pointing out the different colors and patterns. This was our life now. Simple moments, quiet joys, the ordinary magic of raising a child together. It was everything I'd never known I wanted. Everything Konstantin had never thought he could have. Konstantin. That evening, after Katya was asleep and Cressida was curled up with a book, I found myself in my study, looking at the photographs on my desk. One of my parents and Katya as a baby, taken a week before they died. One of Cressida on our wedding day, the real one, in the chapel, not the cold business transaction. And one from last week. Cressida and little Katya in the garden, both of them laughing, covered in dirt, holding a basket of roses. 3 generations. Connected by love, by choice, by the decision to build instead of destroy. My phone buzzed. A message from Salvatore. "The board approved your proposal. The Volkov Marchetti Foundation is officially launching next month. Elena is thrilled. She's already planning the gala." I smiled, typing back, "Tell her Cressida will help. And Salvatore, thank you for everything." His response came quickly. "Thank you for loving my daughter. For being the man she deserves. Your parents would be proud." I set the phone down, feeling the weight of those words. Would my parents be proud? I like to think so. I'd built a legitimate business empire, one that rivaled what my father had created through violence. I'd made peace with the family that killed them, not by forgetting, but by choosing a different path forward. I'd become a husband and father, roles my father had valued above all else. And I'd learned that revenge was a poison that destroyed the one who carried it far more than the target. Cressida appeared in the doorway, beautiful in the lamplight. "Come to bed," she said softly. "You're brooding again." "I'm reflecting. There's a difference." Still, bed is more comfortable for reflection." She held out her hand. I took it, letting her lead me to our bedroom. As we settled in, her head on my chest, my arms around her, I felt the last lingering tension drain away. "Konstantin?" Her voice was drowsy. "Do you ever wish things had gone differently? That we'd met some other way?" I thought about it honestly. If we'd met differently? If there had been no war, no revenge, no forced marriage, would we have found each other? Would I have been ready for her? "No," I said finally. "I don't wish it had been different, because everything we went through made us who we are now, made us strong enough to build this life. Even the painful parts? Especially the painful parts. They taught us what matters, what's worth fighting for." I tightened my arms around her. "Besides, I like our story. It's dramatic." She laughed softly. "That's one word for it. Epic, passionate. A tale of enemies becoming lovers, of hate transforming into love. You're getting poetic in your old age." "I'm 34. That's hardly old." "Ancient," she teased, "practically decrepit." "Then it's good I have a younger wife to keep me feeling young." "I'm only 6 years younger than you. 6 years and 3 months. But who's counting?" I kissed the top of her head. "Go to sleep, Lyubov. Tomorrow is the foundation launch meeting. We both need rest." "Konstantin?" I'm pregnant again." For a second I didn't process the words. Then they hit me like a physical blow. "What?" She lifted her head, eyes shining even in the darkness. "I found out today, about 6 weeks along. I was waiting for the right moment to tell you, and I guess this is it." "Another baby." I pressed my hand to her still flat stomach, marveling. "When?" "Late spring, probably. April or May." She covered my hand with hers. "Are you happy?" "I'm terrified," I admitted, and overjoyed, and wondering how we're going to handle 2 children when one already runs us ragged. "Together, like we handle everything else." "Together," I agreed. I pulled her close, overwhelmed by gratitude and love, and the sheer impossibility of it all. 2 years ago, I'd been a man consumed by revenge, incapable of feeling anything beyond hate. Now I was lying in bed with my pregnant wife, planning for a second child, worried about things like bottle schedules and sleep training instead of territorial disputes and revenge schemes. It was ordinary, domestic, completely unremarkable. It was everything. "I love you," I whispered into the darkness. "You and Katya and this new little one. You're my empire now, my legacy, everything I ever wanted to build." "We love you too," Cressida yawned. "Now let me sleep. Growing a human is exhausting work." I held her as she drifted off, listening to her breathing even out, feeling her warmth against me. And I made a silent promise to the child growing inside her, the same one I'd made to Katya. "I will protect you. I will love you. I will be better for you. Not perfect. I'll never be perfect. But better. Always striving to be better. I will teach you about your grandparents, about Aunt Katya, about the history that shaped your family, but I won't let that history define you. I will show you the gardens we built from ruins. I will tell you the story of how your mother saved me from myself. I will make sure you know that change is possible, that redemption is real, that love can transform even the darkest heart. And I will make sure you grow up in a world of peace, not war, of hope, not hate, of gardens, not graves. This is my promise to you, little one. This is my vow." Outside, the city slept, unaware that in this room, a former crime lord was contemplating fatherhood and feeling grateful for the chance to do it twice. The old Konstantin would have laughed at this scene, would have called it weak, sentimental, a betrayal of everything he'd built his life around. But the old Konstantin was dead. In his place was someone new, someone who understood that true strength wasn't about inspiring fear, but about building love. That real power came from creation, not destruction. That the greatest empire anyone could build was a family filled with love and hope. An empire of 2 had become 3. Soon it would be 4. And it was more than enough. It was everything. Cressida. 10 years later, I stood in the gallery, my gallery, the one Konstantin had helped me open 5 years ago, arranging the final pieces for tonight's exhibition. The theme was transformation, works by artists who'd overcome trauma, who'd turned pain into beauty, who'd chosen creation over destruction. It felt appropriate. Through the gallery windows I could see the memorial gardens across the street. The trees had grown tall now, the paths worn smooth by countless feet. It had become a true sanctuary for the city, a place of peace and remembrance. And in the center, visible even from here, stood the Konstantin Volkov Memorial Gallery, the rotating exhibition space that showcased emerging artists. "Mama, can I help?" Katya appeared at my elbow, 12 years old now, all long limbs and her father's sharp intelligence. She'd inherited my love of art and Konstantin's strategic mind, a dangerous combination. "You can help me with the lighting. I can't quite get the angle right on that sculpture." She moved to adjust the spotlight with practiced ease. "Is Papa bringing Lev and Sasha?" "Yes, they should be here any minute," I smiled, thinking about our sons. Lev was 8, as fearless and charming as his father. Sasha was 6, quieter, but with an artist's eye that rivaled my own. "Though your father will probably be late. You know how he gets with their soccer practice." "He takes it more seriously than the boys do," Katya laughed. "Last week he was arguing with the referee about a call." "That sounds like your father." The door opened, and speak of the devil. Konstantin entered with both boys in tow. Lev was chattering excitedly about a goal he'd scored, while Sasha quietly took in the gallery, his eyes lingering on each piece of art. "Sorry we're late," Konstantin said, kissing my cheek. "The practice ran long." By ran long, he means Papa yelled at the coach, Lev added cheerfully. "I didn't yell. I strongly suggested that his substitution strategy needed work." Konstantin ruffled Lev's hair. "There's a difference." I gave him a look. "We've talked about this. You can't intimidate the soccer coach. He's a volunteer. He's a volunteer who doesn't understand the importance of proper defensive positioning." Katya and I exchanged amused glances. Konstantin had taken to fatherhood with the same intensity he'd once brought to crime, completely, utterly, sometimes hilariously over the top. "Papa, look at this one." Sasha had found a sculpture that had clearly captured his attention, a bronze piece depicting hands cradling a seedling. "It's about growth from destruction, right?" "That's right." Konstantin crouched beside him, reading the placard. "The artist lost her home in a fire. This is about rebuilding, about finding beauty in ashes." "Like your garden," Sasha said. "The one you built where the old house was." "Exactly like that." Konstantin's eyes met mine over their son's head, and I saw the emotion there. 10 years. And he still got choked up talking about the transformation of his family's estate. The next few hours passed in organized chaos. Final preparations, early arrivals, the gallery filling with patrons and artists and supporters of the foundation. Konstantin worked the room with the same skill he'd once used in criminal enterprises, charming donors and making connections. But I noticed he kept the children close, checking on them frequently, making sure they weren't overwhelmed by the crowd. "He's a good father," Salvatore said, appearing at my elbow. My father had aged gracefully into his 70s, spending his retirement between gardening, doting on his grandchildren, and helping Elena run the charitable foundation. "He is, though he'd deny it if you told him." "Of course he would. Konstantin has never been good at accepting compliments." Salvatore watched as Konstantin lifted Sasha up to see a painting better. "But he's come a long way from the man who married you for revenge." "We both have." I slipped my arm through my father's. "How are you feeling? Elena mentioned you had another checkup last week." "Clean bill of health. The doctors say I have the heart of a much younger man." He squeezed my hand. "Thanks to you, I actually lived long enough to enjoy my grandchildren. If you hadn't pushed for peace, if you hadn't married Konstantin and changed everything, we would have all destroyed each other." I finished. "I know, Papa." We stood together, watching my family, Konstantin entertaining Lev and Sasha with some story, Katya charming a group of gallery patrons with her knowledge of the artwork. 3 beautiful children who would never know the weight of a blood feud, who would grow up in a world their parents had fought to make peaceful. "Your mother would be so proud of you," Salvatore said softly, "of the woman you've become, the family you've built, the peace you've created. I had help." I looked at Konstantin, catching his eye across the room. He smiled, that soft smile reserved only for family, and my heart still skipped a beat. 10 years. 3 children, a gallery, a foundation, a memorial garden, a legitimate business empire built on legal dealings and hard work. And through it all, love. Fierce, complicated, hard-won love. Later, after the exhibition opening wound down, and the children were tucked into bed at home, Konstantin and I found ourselves in the garden again. It had become our ritual, ending each day walking the paths of his mother's restored paradise. "Successful night," he said, pulling me close. "Very. We raised enough to fund 3 new artist residencies." I leaned into him. "Konstantin, do you ever miss it? The old life? The violence? The constant looking over my shoulder? The emptiness of living for nothing but revenge?" He was quiet for a moment. "No, never." "Not even a little?" "Maybe," he paused, "maybe I miss the simplicity of it. Having one clear goal, one enemy to fight. This life is messier, more complicated. There are no clear victories, just small wins and constant compromises. But it's real, it's full. It matters in ways the old life never did." He turned me in his arms, his hands on my face. "I miss nothing about who I was before you. That man was a ghost, Cressida. Already dead, just too stubborn to admit it. And now? Now I'm alive, really truly alive, because of you, because of our children, because of this life we've built together." He kissed me softly. "I choose this. Every single day I choose this over everything I used to have." "Good," I said, "because you're stuck with us. I wouldn't have it any other way." We walked a while longer, talking about the children, about the Foundation's next project, about whether we should finally take that trip to Florence that we'd been planning for years. Ordinary conversations, domestic concerns, the beautiful, mundane details of a life built on love instead of hate. As we headed back to the house, Konstantin's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. "What is it?" "Alexei. One of the old associates is causing trouble, trying to restart some of the old criminal operations." He started to type a response, then stopped. "I should handle it. I finished." "I know, but Konstantin?" "Yes?" "Handle it legally, the way we've been doing things. Don't let old habits pull you back." "I won't." He pocketed the phone. "That man isn't me anymore. I'll call the authorities. Let them deal with it." "That's what law-abiding citizens do, right?" "Right," I smiled up at him. "Though I'm not sure we'll ever be entirely conventional." "I hope not." "Conventional is boring." He pulled me close as we entered the house. "And I've had enough boring to last a lifetime." Upstairs, we checked on the children, all three fast asleep, secure in their beds, dreaming innocent dreams of childhood. This was our empire. This was our legacy, not built on blood and fear, but on love and hope and the courage to change. An empire of 2 had become 5, and it was perfect. Konstantin. 20 years later, I stood at the window of what had once been my office, now converted to a study where I wrote memoirs and consulted on legitimate business deals, watching the city wake up. 54 years old. Hard to believe. Harder to believe was everything that had changed in the past 22 years since I'd married Cressida. The Memorial Gardens had become a city landmark, visited by thousands each year. The foundation had funded hundreds of artists, helped countless families affected by violence, built bridges between communities that had once been enemies. And my family, God, my family. Katya was 22 now, brilliant and driven, working on her PhD in art history. She'd inherited her mother's passion and my strategic mind, using both to fight for the preservation of cultural heritage in conflict zones. Lev, at 18, was about to start university, planning to study international business. He had my charm and his mother's ethics, a combination that would either make him very successful or drive him crazy trying to reconcile the two. And Sasha, at 16, was already showing extraordinary talent as a painter. His work had been featured in galleries across the country, praised for its emotional depth and technical skill. 3 children who would never know the weight of violence, who would build their own empires on foundations of love and creativity. "You're brooding again." I turned to find Cressida in the doorway, gray threading through her auburn hair but still beautiful enough to make my breath catch. "I'm reminiscing. There's a difference." "Still, breakfast is ready, and your daughter called. She'll be visiting next week with someone she wants us to meet." "Someone?" I raised an eyebrow. "A boyfriend, I assume, though she was being very mysterious about it." I felt the familiar protective surge that had never quite gone away, even as my children grew into adults. "Do we know anything about this young man?" "Only that he's a fellow PhD student, and that Katya is happy." Cressida moved to stand beside me at the window. "Which means we'll be polite and welcoming and not at all intimidating." "I'm always polite." "You interrogated Lev's last girlfriend about her family's business connections." I was making conversation. "You asked if her father had ever been investigated for fraud." "It was a valid question." Cressida laughed, the sound as beautiful now as it had been 22 years ago. "Come on, you terrible man. Let's eat before the food gets cold." Over breakfast, we discussed the day ahead, a board meeting for the foundation, dinner with Salvatore and Elena, normal retiree activities that our younger selves would never have imagined. "I got an interesting call yesterday," Cressida said as she poured more coffee, "from a documentary filmmaker. She wants to make a film about the Memorial Gardens, about the history of our families and the peace we built." I considered it. "What did you tell her?" "That I'd discuss it with you. That it would be a family decision." She met my eyes. "What do you think? Are we ready to tell that story publicly?" I paused. gathering my thoughts. I think our grandchildren should know the truth. Not a sanitized version, but the real story. The violence, the hate, the transformation. They should understand what it took to build the world they're inheriting. Grandchildren? Cressida raised an eyebrow. Katya isn't even engaged yet. Give it time. I saw how she talked about this boyfriend. She's serious about him. You can tell that from one mysterious phone call? I can tell because I know our daughter, and because I remember what it was like when I was falling for you, that same mixture of terror and certainty. Cressida reached across the table, taking my hand. 22 years, and you still remember? I remember everything. The first time I saw you, the way you challenged me at that dinner, the night you sang me to sleep. I brought her hand to my lips. The moment I realized I loved you. The birth of each of our children. Every day we've built this life together. Getting sentimental in your old age. I'm 54, that's hardly old. Ancient, she teased. Practically decrepit. Then it's good. I have a younger wife to keep me feeling young. We finished breakfast in comfortable silence, the kind that only comes from decades of partnership. Then, as Cressida cleared the dishes, my phone rang. Alexei. Morning, I answered. What's wrong? Who says anything's wrong? But I could hear the tension in his voice. Can't an old friend just call to chat? You only call this early when there's a problem. Out with it. He sighed. You remember Anton Fedorov? One of the old associates who went straight when we all did? Of course. What about him? He died last night. Heart attack. And his grandson, the one who's been running the legitimate side of the old territory, he's making noises about going back to the old ways. I felt a familiar cold fury, quickly tamped down. Does he understand what that would mean? How many people would be hurt? I don't think he cares. He's young, ambitious, thinks the old days were glamorous instead of brutal. I glanced at Cressida, who was watching me with concern. Set up a meeting. I'll talk to him. Kas, are you sure? Maybe it's better to... To what? Let him tear down everything we've built? Start a new war? I kept my voice level. No. We talk to him. We remind him why we chose peace. And if he won't listen, then we use legal channels to stop him, Cressida said firmly from across the room. Right, Konstantin? Right. I squeezed the phone. Legal channels. Alexei, set up the meeting for this afternoon. After I hung up, Cressida moved to stand behind my chair, her hands on my shoulders. Are you okay? I'm frustrated. We've worked so hard to transform things, to build something better, and one ambitious kid thinks he can throw it all away for a taste of power. Then we remind him of the cost. We show him the memorial wall, we tell him the stories, we make him understand. Her hands tightened. But Konstantin, we do it without violence, without threats. We've proven that there's another way. I know. I covered her hands with mine. I know. It's just harder than I expected. Letting go of the old reflexes. It's been 22 years, and you still struggle with it sometimes. That's okay. That's human. She kissed the top of my head. The important thing is that you keep choosing the better path. Keep being the man our children know, not the man you used to be. The meeting that afternoon was tense. Young Fedorov, barely 25, cocky and stupid, sat across from me in a coffee shop, flanked by a couple of young men who clearly thought they were tough. I'd brought only Alexei and my words. Your grandfather was a good man, I began. He worked hard to build a legitimate business, to give you opportunities he never had. My grandfather was a coward. Fedorov spat. He bowed to you, gave up the power and respect he'd earned. He chose life over death, peace over war, just like I did. I leaned forward. Do you know how many people died in the 15 years before we made peace? Hundreds. Wives, children, innocent people caught in crossfire. Your grandfather remembered those deaths. He didn't want to add to them. That's the old man talking. Things are different now. You're right. Things are different. Better. The territories that were once fought over with guns are now run with business contracts. The money that funded violence now builds schools and parks. I pulled out my phone, showing him pictures of the memorial garden. This is what we built with peace. What will you build with war? He looked at the photos, and I saw something flicker in his eyes. Doubt, maybe, or just the first hint of understanding. Look, I said, softening my tone, I understand the appeal. I spent 15 years living for revenge, for power, for the rush of being feared. And it was empty, hollow. It gave me nothing but nightmares and enemies. I pulled up another photo, this one of my family at Lev's graduation. This is what peace gave me. A wife I love, children I'm proud of, a legacy I can be proud of. You can have that too if you choose it. And if I don't? His chin jutted out, defiant. Then you'll face the full weight of the law, because we don't solve problems with violence anymore. We use lawyers, courts, legal systems. I met his eyes, and I promise you my lawyers are much scarier than I ever was. Alexei snorted at that, breaking the tension. Even young Fedorov cracked a small smile. Think about it, I said, standing. Talk to your family, your friends, the people who depend on you. Ask them if they want war or peace, and then make your choice. But understand, if you choose war, you'll stand alone. The rest of us have moved on. I left him there, hoping my words had landed, hoping he'd be smart enough to choose the right path. Well, Cressida asked when I got home, how did it go? I don't know. He's young, angry, doesn't really understand what he'd be unleashing. I sank onto the couch. But I planted seeds. Maybe they'll grow. And if they don't? Then we use those scary lawyers I mentioned. I pulled her down beside me. But I think he'll come around. I saw something in his eyes. Recognition, maybe. Of the emptiness I was describing. We sat together in the fading light, and I thought about all the young men I'd known over the years who'd chosen violence. How many were dead now? How many in prison? How many still fighting wars that had long since lost meaning? And then I thought about my own sons, about the choices they'd make, the paths they'd walk. They would face challenges, I knew, temptations, maybe even dangers. But they'd face them with love as their foundation, with peace as their legacy. That was all any parent could hope for. Cressida. 30 years later, the wheelchair was a new addition, but Konstantin handled it with the same grace he brought to everything else. The stroke had been mild, thank God. Just enough to affect his mobility, not his mind or his spirit. I can still walk, you know, he grumbled as I helped him into the garden. The doctor said not to overdo it, which you would if I let you. I kissed his forehead. Humor me, old man. I'm 74, not dead. I know, you remind me every day. We settled in our usual spot, the bench near his mother's roses, now in their third generation of blooming. The garden had evolved over the decades, but this corner remained unchanged, a testament to where it all began. The kids are coming today, I reminded him. All of them, with the grandchildren. Katya said she has an announcement. Another grandchild? His eyes lit up. We had 5 already. Katya's 2, Lev's 3, and each one was precious beyond measure. I don't think so, but we'll see. They arrived in a chaos of laughter and noise. 3 generations of Volkovs filling the house with life. Katya, now 42, and a renowned expert in her field. Lev, 38, and running the legitimate side of what had once been the Volkov empire. Sasha, 36, and a celebrated artist whose work hung in museums worldwide. And the grandchildren, ranging from 16 to 6, each one unique and beautiful and completely unaware of the darkness their grandfather had once inhabited. We gathered in the garden for lunch, the table groaning under the weight of food and flowers. Konstantin held court at the head of the table, his mobility issues forgotten in the joy of being surrounded by family. Grandfather, little Elena, Lev's youngest, asked, "Is it true you used to be a crime boss?" The table went silent, but Konstantin just laughed. "It's true. A long time ago, before your grandmother saved me, I made a lot of bad choices." "Were you scary?" "Very scary. People were afraid of me." "But not anymore?" "Now people just think I'm a grumpy old man who yells at soccer referees." He winked at her. "Much better reputation." After lunch, Katya stood, tapping her glass for attention. "I have an announcement. As you all know, I've been working on a documentary about the memorial gardens, about the history of our families. I saw Konstantin tense slightly. We'd talked about this project for years, debating how much to reveal, how honest to be about the violence and the transformation. The documentary is finished, Katya continued, and it's been accepted to several major film festivals. But before it premieres publicly, I wanted to show it to you, to the people who lived it. That evening, after the children had gone to bed and the house was quiet, we gathered in the media room, just the original players. Me and Konstantin, Salvatore and Elena, both in their 90s now but still sharp, Marco and Luca, both retired, both grandfathers themselves. Katya started the film. For 90 minutes, we watched our own history unfold. Interviews with former enemies, footage of the old estates and the new gardens, archival material from the war years. Katya had woven it all together into something honest and painful and ultimately hopeful. She'd interviewed us all, separately. In my segments, I talked about the forced marriage, the fear, the gradual realization that Konstantin was more than his worst actions. In Konstantin's, he spoke with startling honesty about his years of hate, about the night he almost strangled me, about the choice to let go of revenge. And then there were the others. Alexei talking about watching his best friend transform, Salvatore admitting his own guilt and shame, former soldiers from both sides describing the relief when the war finally ended. The film ended with footage of the memorial garden, of children playing where violence had once reigned, of flowers blooming where blood had been spilled. When the credits rolled, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. "You told the truth," Konstantin said to Katya, his voice rough. "The whole truth. The ugly parts and the beautiful ones." "That's what you taught me," she replied. "That honesty, even when it's painful, is better than comfortable lies." He reached for her hand, then for mine, then for all of us, drawing his family close. "Thank you," he said, "for telling our story, for making sure future generations understand what hate costs and what love can build." Later, after everyone had left and the house was quiet again, Konstantin and I sat in the garden under the stars. 30 years, he said softly. 30 years since I tried to use you for revenge and ended up falling in love instead. Best revenge plan ever. He laughed, that free, genuine sound I'd fallen in love with. The worst plan, executed terribly, with the best possible outcome. "Do you have any regrets?" I asked, looking back on everything. He thought about it seriously. "I regret the years I wasted on hate, the people I hurt before I learned better. The time I could have had with my mother and sister if I'd been smarter, stronger, different. And I'm grateful for every moment since you entered my life, every day we've had together, every child we've raised, every garden we've planted. He took my hand. I chose you, Cressida. I keep choosing you, and I'd do it all again, exactly the same way, if it meant ending up here. Even the stroke? Even the stroke, though I could do without the wheelchair." We sat in comfortable silence, two old people who'd somehow survived the impossible and built something beautiful from the ashes. "I love you," I said, the words as easy now as breathing. "I love you too," he replied, "today, tomorrow, always." Above us, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns. Behind us, our children and grandchildren slept safely. Around us, the gardens bloomed. An empire of two had become an empire of many, and it was perfect. It was everything. It was love triumphant over hate, life victorious over death, hope rising from despair. It was our legacy, and it would endure long after we were gone, a testament to the power of choosing better, of fighting for peace, of loving fiercely, even in a world that rewarded violence. We had won, not through strength or power or ruthless determination, but through the simple, radical act of choosing love, over and over and over again, until love was all that remained. The end.